All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're live. Baby, catch my pony, saddle up my black mare. Baby, catch my pony, saddle up my black mare. I'm gonna find me a rider out in this world somewhere. Tell me hello, Central, the matter with your line? Well, tell me hello, Central, what the matter with your line? Come up a storm last night and tear down all the wire. I got a brand new shifting man already trained. I got a brand new shifting baby already trained. Just get in the saddle and tighten up your reins. Well, I took my baby to meet that morning train. Well, I took my baby to meet that morning train. And the blues come down, baby, just like showers of rain. I'm gonna tell you something when I get a chance. I'm gonna tell you something, baby, when I get a chance. I don't wanna marry, I just want to be your man. All right, what's up, y'all? Get some background music started here. And let's get a cigarette lit up. Damn it, trying to get this background music adjusted. Bastard. There we go. All right, welcome to the Ed Phillips Electronic Juke Joint. Let's see what's in the chat here. Blues Rocker says, Ed, check your mail. It's important. Wanting to gift you with some strings. Strings are a tax write-off for me. You don't got to buy me no strings. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning. Let the good times roll. What's up, man? Let's see. Yak Fishing says, yep, I did. I'm never on time here. John Paul Silburn says, good morning. What's up, man? Ron says, can't wait. Let's move down here a little bit. Let me get a nice lovely cigarette in my mouth here. Keith Peterson sends me a super chat for $5. He says, hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. What's up, man? Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. So, if y'all feel like tipping me, just go down to that damn, that dollar sign at the bottom of the chat box there. And you can throw me a tip. I'm going to cut the damn air on here. Yeah. Maxwell's World says, I have this patchwork guitar, this right-handed cutaway guitar with the cutaway filled in with celluclay. Still trying to come up with a name for it. What do y'all think I should name it? I was never good at naming guitars. Like, I never named mine. I got one guitar called the Motherfucker, and that's the only one that has a name. See, Dennis Troy says, you're up. Julian Santaguita says, Ed, can I get some Blind Willie Mc... All right, I'll do some of that in a minute. Dennis Troy says, puff, puff here. I'll match that in a minute with a shot of liquor. Jeffrey Albertson says, working on an old typewriter in the garage tonight. The neighbors will know Ed Phillips by the morning. I had typewriters when I was a kid. I had like a damn electric one, like used a little tape that had the ink on it. But yeah, I learned it. By the time I learned to type, like computers were in, Victor Swinson says, you are the life of the show, Ed. The super chats are the blood. He says, great to see you. What's up, man? Maxwell's World says, just come up with any name. Talking about naming a guitar. What's the name for a guitar? Let me see. Dick Lord Cumbutt. I no idea. No idea for like a name for a guitar. I don't name mine. Yak Fishing says, Jeffrey, some of those old things bring good money. Yeah, like vintage typewriters. Yeah, there's a market for those. Black Hole Ford says, hey, the seasons are about to change. That reminds me I should change my strings on my guitar. Yeah, I'm about due for a couple of string changes myself. Yak Fishing says, we need a pick for a solid name. Blues Rocker says, the 2002 Fender FR50 came damaged and without a case. I had to send it back. Now I have to wait a week to get my money back. I had to do that with the first SG I bought. That SG I play on here sometimes. That's actually the second one I had. I had to send the first one back because Gibson's lovely quality control didn't catch the big ding in the finish. And when you pay $2,000 for something, it's got to be fucking perfect. Victor Swinson says, call it in tune. Yak Fishing says, yeah, I cannot buy a Gibson sight unseen. Yeah, their quality control is kind of crazy. Like, people bitch about that all the time. Black Hole says, you should name your guitar after your grandma, so that way you can let people know that your guitar is old and you always have respect for grandma. My grandma's name was Lozelle, so I'll change. I'll change Lucille to Lozelle on this damn headstock here. Blues Rocker says mine was $375 after financing, but still too much for a damaged guitar made in Korea. Yeah, I'd probably get me a new one. All right. Let's see. Kay sends me $5. Says, "Can you play That's All Right, Mama?" Yes, I can do that. Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Let me suck down these last few drags. I'll hook up my electric and play That's All Right, Mama. I don't think I have my amp on yet. Fucking ashtray. Yeah. Mr. Dorian says, "Hey Edward, how did you learn to play clawhammer banjo? Did you discover? How did you discover the style?" Well, I've heard bluegrass and mountain music and stuff all my life. Like, I grew up on it when I was a kid. So I don't even remember how I learned to play clawhammer. I'm not a genius at it. There are people way better than me at clawhammer. All right. Gotta get this thing set up for rockabilly. Got a little delay. Cut the background music. I'm sure I'm tuned here. I'm not. Well, that's alright, Mama. That's alright with you. That's alright, Mama. Just any way you do it, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, Mama. Any way you do. Well, Mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you're fooling with, she ain't no good for you. Then that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, Mama. Any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby. Leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, Mama. Any way you do. Da-da-dee, dee, 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 dee. I need your love. That's alright. That's alright now, Mama. Any way you do. That's alright now, Mama. Any way you do. Let me see if I can get this damn 12 string in tune. Keith Peterson says, turn up your speaker or turn up your volume. I got it pumping pretty good through here. I believe I got it in the red on the audio on the screen here. Always fun to watch some dude tune a guitar, right? Yeah, then we got to go to drop D. Close enough, yeah. Wake up, mama, turn your lamp down low. Wake up, mama, turn your lamp down low. Well, have you got the nerve to drive Papa Mac till from your door? Mother died and left me reckless. My daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Mother died and left me reckless. My daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Well, I ain't good looking, but I'm sure some sweet girls ain't a child. Mighty mean woman, do me this way. Mighty mean woman, do me this way. Well, I leave here, I'm going back to stay. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Once had a woman sweeter than I'd ever seen. Treated me like a king and she was the normal queen. Big Eddie Savannah, you know he didn't stop. Well, you should have seen that bombing when he got the boiler hot. Well, reach over in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Know by that I got them states of girl blues. Mama, tell your sister, sister, tell your auntie, auntie, tell your uncle, now uncle, tell your friends I'm going up the country. Baby, don't you wanna go? Might take a fair brown and I might take a 1 or 2 more. Mama got 'em, daddy got 'em, auntie got 'em, friends got 'em. I got 'em, well, reach over in the corner, bring me my traveling shoes. Well, you know by that I got them streets of girl blues. I forgot this this 12 string is technically broken. The damn the bridge is coming off the tailpiece here, and the action is hellacious on it. I gotta get this thing fixed here. I forgot about that. I knew about it a few weeks ago. Made it work. Kay sends another $5. Thank you very much for your generosity. He says, not you, Edward, the kind folks listening. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that super chat. Blues Rocker says, I bought some strings for that resonator since I sent it back. I'd like to throw them your way. Okay, just shoot me an email. I'll check my email. I did see that acoustic song you sent last Sunday of Lemmy like playing Whorehouse Blues. Julian says, Blind Willie McTell the bomb. I like that. Ron says, good man. Blues Rocker says, good enough for YouTube, Ed. Ron says, still sounded great. And Blues says, yes, it does. Ron says, how'd the weekend gig go? Well, that was interesting. The other guitar player in that particular band, like he puked later from heat exhaustion because we were in like direct sun for probably 3-4 hours, and it was like 90 degrees outside. Yeah, that gig kicked my ass. That was a hot one. Daniel Terrebonne says, some Sweet Home Chicago would be nice tonight. All right, give me 1 minute. Yak Fishing says, hit that like button, folks. Yeah, y'all hit the like button, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff. That helps me in the damn, the algorithm. Ron says, heat stroke. Yeah, he had heat something. He puked and stuff. Wearing leather pants in full sun and long sleeves. Blues Rocker says, Lemmy playing Whorehouse Blues was great, wasn't it? I sure get a huge laugh out of it. That is a pretty good song. I have heard that before. Keith says, hey. Ron says, that sucks, man. Sweating like SRV. Yeah, right. Okay, I need a shot here. Let's do a shot. Hang on. Well, I need to throw them up here. All right. What do y'all say? Jameson's Irish whiskey or Wild Turkey bourbon? Tell me, bourbon or Irish? And I guess while y'all are voting on that, I'll play some Robert Johnson here. Background music's still on, ain't it? Yep. Back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago. To it 4, 4 to it 6. Keep on around with your friends, get your business all in a trick. Grind, hey baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago. 6 into his 8, 8 into it 10. Your friend don't get you one time, she sure gonna get you again. Right, hey baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago. I'm going to California, back to the Moon Highway. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Okay, let's see what the votes are. Let's see, Jameson's, turkey, Irish, bourbon, turkey. It's pretty even here. Irish. I have to count them here. 2, 3. I think we're tied. I believe we're tied. No, Jameson's got it by 1. YouTuber says, Ed, what's up, man? How you doing? Mr. Dorian says, hell yeah, classic. YouTuber says, bourbon. He says, Ed is legend. Okay, I believe we're tied with the votes now. I need a sip of water. It kind of dried out here. Let me get one more vote. Break this tie, somebody. One more vote. Y'all got one for me? Bourbon or Irish? Black Hole says bourbon. All right. Wild turkey it is. Here we go. Okay. Cheers, l'chaim, prost, kimpai, salute, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some wild turkey bourbon. Taylor says, preaching blues, I can do that. All right. YouTuber says, cheers. Let's try some Sun House. Do this in D. Yeah. one sister jumped up. She began to shout. Well, one sister jumped up. She began to shout. Well, you know, I'm so glad, baby, this corn liquor going out. Another sister jumped up. Said, why don't you hush? Well, one sister jumped up. Said, why don't you hush? Said, you know, you drain corn liquor and your wine's a horrible scotch. I'm gonna stand in the pulpit, run right up and down. I'm gonna stand here in the pulpit, I'm gonna jump right up and down. Well, you know, my sister's in the corner, hollering Alabama bound. I wish I had, baby, a heaven of my own. Well, I wish I had, baby, a heaven of my own. I could give all my women, baby, a good old happy home. All right, time for a cigarette. I'm singing too good here. J1 says, down the hatch hole. Julian says, Irish. Let's see if the chat froze up. I don't see nobody talking. Might have to refresh things. Oh, there it is. Okay. It's being slow. Steven says, hello from Mansalona, Michigan. Sounds great. Appreciate that. And Mr. Dorian says, you ever try any slide banjo? Well, the banjo, you don't really have enough sustain for a slide. Like, I've tried it before, but it sounds like shit. It's like tinny and stuff. Tony Gordon, he says, here, what's up? He is present. Black Hole Ford says, hey, is it working? Yeah, it's working. Get me a beer here. Ron says, you're on it tonight, man. Appreciate that very much. Oh, yes. Sam Adams Oktoberfest. One of my favorite beers of all time. Douglas Hartalupi says, play Robert Johnson guitarra. Yeah, I just played Sweet Home Chicago just a second ago. Might play another one a little bit later. Frank Morgendorfer says, thought you gave up on the SIGs, Ed? Yeah, I tried. Failed. I'll try again soon. Blues Rocker says, love your vocals tonight, Ed. Appreciate that. And Bears Den says, test. What's up? Welcome to the Beer and Cigarettes podcast. All right, I got a glass for this stuff. You got to drink this stuff out of a glass. Alrighty, nice pour. Beautiful copper color. Julian says, I don't think Edward owes a Robert Johnson guitar. Those guitars are hard to come across. Owns a Robert Johnson guitar. Yeah, I wish I had one of his guitars. I wish anybody had one of his guitars. I don't think there's one in existence that anybody knows about him owning. Frank Morgendorfer says, don't give up trying to quit. Talking about the SIGs. Yeah, it takes about 50 tries. Blues Rocker says, Steady Rolling Man would be a great Robert Johnson tune later on. All right, I can probably do that one. Ron says, I hear that. Blues Rocker says, nice color. Yeah, it's good copper color. Ron says, if I can help it, I never drink good beer unless I have a glass. Yeah, you want to get the full experience. You want to see the color of it. You want to get the nice aroma and the head on there and all that stuff. I've been a beer snob for 25 years. Blues Rocker says, didn't Robert Johnson borrow that Gibson for the picture? That may be the case. That's what I think probably happened. He was playing a Kalamazoo guitar. That's what everybody said he played. Like that's the guitar in the cigarette picture, the Kalamazoo. He couldn't afford a fucking Gibson. Roy Droid Void says, I've got one, I'll sell you. A Robert Johnson guitar, yep. I got a nice Brooklyn Bridge over here. Ron says, yeah, head is good. SD says, release the hops. Let's see, Mikkel Montrul says, let's see, Canadian $15. He says, how about some CCR? Okay, I can do some for you. Like, I'll pull out some CCR. But thank you very much for that super chat there. I appreciate that a lot. The super chats are the life of the show. I'm basically busking here. I'm like an internet busker, pretty much. And so, yeah. Y'all want to throw me a tip, go to that $sign down there at the bottom and chunk me a few, chunk me a few dollars. As soon as I learn to talk properly, shit. Yeah, we'll do you some CCR. Blues Rocker says, pouring a beer in a glass makes them tastier. It also tames down the carbonation. That's right. Blues Rocker says, Green River. That one I don't know. The only one I know lyrically is Proud Mary. Taylor Langley says, I picked up a full keg of a Beta Purple Haze for $140. I've seen that before. I've never tried it. Is it like flavored with like blueberries or something? Smoke this cig here and I'll play some CCR. A full keg, damn. I've never purchased a keg myself. I bought some mini kegs, but never like a full keg. I've been to plenty of keg parties. Taylor says, it's just an IPA, not bad though. And see, like IPAs, I can only drink those every now and then. They kind of exhaust my palate, all that damn hops, It tastes like drinking a pine tree after a while. He says, I got a kegerator. Oh shit, damn, I wish I had one. Yeah, some of the homebrew guys have kegerators. Those are nice. Blues Rocker says kegerator needs to be in your jam room. Right, right. Boominator says, is that guitar you're playing in the picture over your shoulder a Casino or a Riviera? The picture over my shoulder. Oh, back there? That's a Les Paul. Talk about that picture on the wall back there? Oh, no, up here on the... Yeah, on the... that's the album there. That's my album. That's a Riviera. Yeah, that's this album right here. Link below in the Bandcamp link if you want to pick it up. It called it The Creek Don't Rise. I bought that guitar on clearance for like $500 or something like that. 400, 500 bucks. All right, let's do some CCR. Acoustic, I guess. All right. Some classic rock. I can get this thing tuned.
Left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. No, I never lost 1 minute of sleeping, worrying about the way things might have been. Big wheel keep on turning, Proud Mary keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, pumped a lot of pain out in New Orleans, but I never saw the good side of a city till I hitched a ride on a riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning, Proud Mary keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. If you go down to the river, bet you're gonna find some people who live. You ain't got no worry if you got no money. People on the river are happy to give. Big wheel keep on turning, Proud Mary keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river.
Yeah, That's one you pretty much have to pay me to play these days. Like I've been playing that song for 30 years in bars. Good old CCR. Blues Rocker says, great album. I appreciate that. Boominator says, thanks. I'll check it out on Bandcamp. Yeah, do that, man. I would love that. Tony says, I'm going to be in Warrenville, South Carolina next week. Got to come visit you, Ed. That'll be cool as hell. Yeah, hit me up, man. Just send me an email. Blues Rocker says, it's crazy how much the price of Epiphones went up, too. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I got that Riviera there on clearance, like up at the top of your screen there. That they started making them pretty good. Like they're just as good as Gibsons, pretty much. Like these days. Julian says, "Can you do Bring Me My Shotgun, please?" All right, I'll do that in a minute. Boominator says, "I know you can't buy them cheap and mod them cheap like you used to." Talking about the Epiphones. Blues Rocker says, need some doo-wop girls on that CCR tune. Right. Julian says, I would like to get myself one of those guitars. Could be very expensive. It depends on which one you can buy. Like which one, you know. Like a Epiphone Dot's pretty cheap. SD says, I got a lag at my end. Boominator says, can we get Tina Turner for a duet? Blues Rocker says, I'm so sick of CCR's radio hits, I still like Green River and Born on the Bayou. I have played that one before, but somebody else was singing it, Born on the Bayou. Blues Rocker says, Ed's acoustic album has a fantastic recording production. Yeah, I got this country blues album you can get also. Edward Phillips Plays the Country Blues. That's available. You can get like the digital download version of it, or you can get the CD. Mike C says, do you know Tuesday's Gone by Skinnerd? Not anymore. No, I've got amnesia with Leonard Skinnerd. I've forgotten all of their music. Blues Rocker says, read the song list on the acoustic album. Okay. Yeah. The acoustic album is all covers. Got Roll and Tumble, Shake 'Em On Down, Crawling King Snake, When the Levee Breaks, Baby Please Don't Go, Catfish Blues, John Henry, Stack of Lee, Crow Jane, 9 Pound Hammer, Guitar Rag, and Key to the Highway. Yeah, that's my acoustic album there. The electric album is that's all originals. Mr. Dorian says, if you can, I'd love to hear some Blind Blake. All right. Let's see. Let's do some Blind Blake. And some, what was that other one? Let's see. Oh, yeah. The Lightning Hopkins, Bring Me My Shotgun. All right. And Blues Rocker says, we'd love some Guitar Rag. All right. We'll play those. Once I get another shot in me. Let's do another shot. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our choices are London Beefeater Gin or Jameson's Irish Whiskey. Y'all tell me, gin or Irish. We'll go ahead and play one. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and I
pocket full of shells. Bring me my shotgun, Lord, and a pocket full of shells. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. Bring me my shotgun, lightning bound, I go shooting again. Bring me my shotgun, lightning bound, I go shooting again. I'm gonna shoot old lady, she been running around with too many men. She said, I'd love to see you try. Bring me my shotgun, baby. She said, I just dare you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you, baby, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire.
What was that second one? Blind Blake, yeah. Mr. Dorian sends me $4.99. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. I don't put ads on these, so super chats are the only way I make anything off of them. Let's see what the votes are on the whiskey. See, Irish, Jameson's, Gin, Jameson's. Okay, I believe Jameson's won that one. Let's do some Jameson's and play some Blind Blake. The YouTuber also says Irish. Blues Rocker says, been having trouble with my lungs, so I have to mix my whiskey, but I'll never mix Maker's Mark with Coke. That's not a tasty mixed drink. Get in a shot glass, though. Jack and Walker, Blackwood Coke. Great in a shot glass, though. I mean, yeah, got to do what you got to do, I guess. I mean, you know, if you had to mix Johnny Walker Black with something, I'd say just put some ice water in it or some shit like that. Christy Bush says Irish. All right, let's do some Irish whiskey here. Steven says, damn, killing it. Sounds great. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Julian Santaguida says, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Yeah, do that. That helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Helps me appease the algorithm gods and stuff. He says, I was talking about Robert Johnson guitar. React Fishing says, Blues Rocker, look at the Epi post. Ron says, yeah, purified water would be best. Yeah, you can mix a little bit of water with scotch. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skol, all that great stuff. Slant you right down the hatch. Oh yeah, Irish whiskey. Okay. Let's ruin some Blind Blake. Here we go. Good old Piedmont ragtime style guitar here. The fucking Van Halen of the 1920s. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. There's a diddy wall diddy. There's the diddy wall diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what diddy wall diddy mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now Papa, now give me some more. That Diddy Wall Diddy. That Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. I went to church, put my hat on the seat. The girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. I went to church, put my hat on the seat. The girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. Then I got put out of church for talking about Diddy Wall Diddy too much. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wall Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wall Diddy mean. All right. Get a damn blister on my finger already. What the hell? That usually don't happen to me. Okay, well, guess we'll play with a blister all night. And what was that third one? Let's see. Guitar Rag, the first slide blues song ever put on record back in the 1920s. Now, let me get my other slide. Oh, damn it. I'm having a coughing spell here. That was Guitar Rag. Before that was put on record, all the slide guitar records were Hawaiian music. Christy Bush says, my booty is tired, but glad to be here. He says, let's see, I lied. Iliad Towel says, Blind Blake would be proud. Appreciate that. Christy Bush says, yes, he would. Appreciate that very much, y'all. Ron says, deadly man, thank you, man. Mike C says, sometimes I wish I could forget what Diddy Wah Diddy means. Yeah, right, yeah. That shit'll cause a lot of trouble for you. Blues Rocker says, packing up another hit, got me jamming tonight. And he says, love that Guitar Rag. What guitar did you use on the album? Probably that one. That same one I just played. The Morgan Monroe. Christy Bush says, nah, Mike C, not really. Brian Lynch says, could. Yak Fishing says, Ed, what's your thoughts on G&L furloughing the whole company? Sounds like the end to me. I didn't hear about that. That's pretty crazy. Like, the G&L guitars had some kind of involvement with Leo Fender when he was alive, didn't they? Look at, I believe he designed some Strats and stuff for him. Yeah, that sounds like they might be shutting down or something. Brian Lynch says, could you play some tunes from the Crossroads movie? It's been too long since I've seen it. It's been about, probably 20 years since I saw it. I'd have to rewatch it. Ron says, Deadly killed Blind Blake. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, did not know that. Hi, wow, I always thought that was Irish or Black Roots. Slide guitar? No, it come from Hawaii. Yeah. Yak Fishing says, that was his last company, talking about Leo Fender working with G&L guitars. Let's see. Joe Mama says, you the man, Ed. Thank you for sharing your talent. A true blues aficionado. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Prop says, Ed, best guitarist on YouTube. Probably not, but the only one that plays cool shit. Christy Bush says, still got the ditty in my head. Yak says, hello, Christy. Cosmic Sunbeams doing a hit there. I'll do a swallow of beer for you. Blues Rocker says, Rye Cooter Feeling Bad Blues was in the Crossroads movie. That's an open D. I got to rewatch that movie. It's been a long time. I was probably 20 when I saw it. It's like a girlfriend made me watch it. I was never a big movie watcher, and she was like a movie buff, and she'd make me watch stuff, you know. Mr. Dorian says, you do play cool shit. That's why we love you. Appreciate it. Yak says, George Fullerton and Leo Fender, G&L. Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know that's what that stood for. Prop says, straightforward. Gonna watch the new episode of South Park in 30 minutes. Mind doing a cover, Ed? Cover of which one? I'm gonna catch the South Park tomorrow. Like I usually get it online like the day after. I have seen every episode of South Park since 1997 when I started high school when it came out. I have never missed an episode. Julian says, really, Christy? I really don't know what Diddy Wah Diddy means. It means fucking pussy. Mark Fixes says, it was Arlen Roth that did most of the music in Crossroads. I think Rye Cooter did a couple of bits. Ron says, why not SRV instead of SV in the movie? That's what I always said. Yeah, like, why didn't they call up SRV and have him play at the end, you know? They had Steve Vai, I believe. Yeah, they're doing like, you know, cock rock solos and stuff. Prop says, some grunge, your call. Try to pick something from the 90s. You got me on that one, man. Lyrically, like, I'll tell you what, you know, I'm a big Nirvana fan. I can probably do some, you know, I can do Into Pines for you. It's not going to be like his version lyrically, but it'll kind of sound like him. It's really a Lead Belly song. Let me put this out here. Lyrically, I don't know much 90s stuff. I know the words to a few Green Day songs and shit like that. Let's see here. Alrighty. Let's do some Into Pines here. On this fucked up 12 string that the bridge is coming off of. It's gonna be fun. Not even intonating right, like the action's so high. God damn.
Train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blew. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he thought his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines when the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You caused me to weep you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows.
So that's kind of a hybrid version of that song. It was probably first recorded by Leadbelly, I would imagine. He called it, My Girl, or Where Did You Sleep Last Night? I believe, yeah. And I used Bill Monroe's lyrics. Those are the lyrics I learned growing up listening to bluegrass. And, Kurt Cobain pretty much used the same Leadbelly used on that MTV Unplugged show. But, right here. Relighting my cigarette. Mark says, hang on, chat's moving too fast. Mark says, I think Rye just did the album music and Arlen did the movie music and maybe taught Ralph to mime the guitar. I saw Arlen Roth do a guitar in-store thing and he played all that stuff. Oh, that's cool as hell. Prop says, I used to have a 12-string, turned it into a 6-string, then dropped it while someone was handing it to me up a balcony. A sad day. Sometimes I wish I could drop that one I got, but actually, Skip James did his stuff, his early stuff back in the 20s with a 12-string Stella that was strung like a 6-string. Blues Rocker says, some songs that came out 50 years ago still sound fresh, like a lot of Zeppelin, Beatles, and Stones. And that Catfish Blues tune sounds fresh. And how old is that tune? It's about 1923, 24, something like that. Brian Lynch says, great sound. Awesome. Pretty appreciate that. Prop says, great sound, man. Thank you very much. Blues Rocker says, that 12-string sounds great on In the Pines, but I understand if you lay it down after a while, need to fix that, though. Great sound quality. Yeah, the bridge is literally peeling off of it. And it's got, like, really bad action because of that right now. Yak says, Arlene was behind teaching Ralph to play some chords. He did do a few songs, but wasn't given credit for it until 15 years later when Vi pulled him into the limelight for his contribution. Talking about the Crossroads film back in the 80s. Let's see. Mr. Dorian says, those lyrics sound similar to some versions of Reuben's Train. Might be. I got those lyrics from Bill Monroe. That's the version I heard of In the Pines, like, growing up. Yak Fishing says, Ed, how about some Tumbling Dice? That's one I don't know right there. Have to hear that one. Nancy Drum says, I play a 1930s National steel slide guitar and met Sunhouse at age 15. Damn, that's pretty damn cool. Shit. I'm jelly. Met Sunhouse. I've been meaning to get in contact with Dick Waterman, who was Sunhouse's manager when they rediscovered him. Maybe have him on the show. Somebody gave me his contact information a few years ago. But he's really old and he's kind of, like tech phobic, like doesn't know how to do the tech. And I'd have to walk him through how to connect to Zoom or, whatever I use to talk to him on. Like do a little interview with him maybe. Yak says, need to tune the 12 to drop D, bro. I mean, for Blind Willie, yeah. Prop says, maybe it's just me, but 2 guitars in one. It's hard to maintain a sound. The 12 strings aggravating me. Ugh. That's why I bought the cheapest one I could find, and now it's falling apart. Blues Rocker says, the Catfish Blues cover made me want that album. I'd love to hear that live. If you feel up to it tonight, all right, do that in a little bit. Maury says, hi Ed, sounding good. Appreciate it. Yak Fishing says, go Nancy. Blues Rocker says, that would be cool if he joined the show. I'll try to talk to him. Somebody sent me his contact info like a couple years ago. He's like 80-something years old. Let me refresh this this chat real quick. Getting glitchy. There we go. There we go. Hang on. Gotta do some rearranging here. Nancy Drum says, if I play an open E tuning on the slide, I play an open E tuning on the slide. Yeah, Sunhouse did that a lot. Yeah, I use that on a lot of stuff. Hang on, trying to rearrange my stuff here. Too much stuff on my screen. All right. Blues Rocker says, I played and created several things in Open E. It just puts a ton of stress on the neck. You can use a capo. You can tune it to like D and put a capo on it. Mr. Dorian says, hell yeah, Nancy, keep picking. Yeah, keep on picking. Nancy says, I feel Ed is phenomenal. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Prop says, if you're looking for a great sound, I personally look for electric acoustics. I use those live, like when I play in places like do acoustic shows. They don't sound right to me. I wish I could mic my acoustic live, but it's really hard to do that without getting a lot of feedback, like especially in a small room. Blues Rocker says, my vocals are like Jim Dandy, you know, hot and nasty. What they call me? Wow, hot and nasty. Ron says, so do we. Nancy says, this is no joke. I played music with Leslie Riddle at 14 in 1974. Damn. He's been around. That's cool as hell meeting Sunhouse, though. Like, was he drunk? Probably. He usually was. Like he died in, what, the early 80s, I think? Prop says, that's just it. With an electric acoustic, there's no need to mic it. They sound kind of tinny when you use a slide on one, an acoustic electric. Okay, let's play one. Tune up to G here. Since we got somebody who met Sunhouse up in here, I'll play another Sunhouse tune. Then we'll play Catfish Blues after that. By the way, super chats are the life of the show. Show me some love, y'all. Y'all want to throw me a tip, go to that $sign at the bottom of the chat there. I would appreciate that a lot. Basically busking here. I don't put ads on these. Hang on. Rearrange my screen a little bit. Sun House. Here we go.
I got a letter this morning out of you, pregnant red. Said, hurry, hurry, said the gal, you look is dead. I got a letter this morning, what are you, pregnant red? Said, hurry, hurry, baby, said the gal, you look is dead. Picked up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, they began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people were standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby, that they began to let her down. You know, I walked in real close and I looked down in her face. I won't see the good old gal again to Judgment Day. Well, walked in real close and I looked down in her face. Won't see the good old girl again to Judgment Day. Well, you know, it's so hard to love someone that don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction. I don't care what you do. Well, it's so hard to love someone that don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction, baby. I don't care what you do. Love, hard or fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hard or fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know why that, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning, feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know why that, baby, all I got the walking blues.
Got a couple of super chats here. Let's read those. Tony Gordon sends me $2. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. And Jim, let's see, Ciferli? Jim Ciferl sends me $9.99. Sorry if I got your name wrong there. He says, cheers, Ed. The next whiskey's on me. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate those super chats a lot. Thank y'all for showing me some love. Let's do some Catfish blues, a little more Delta blues. Nancy says, Death Letter Blues, my favorite. Learned slide from Son's Father of Folk Blues album. Cool, cool. Oops, damn it. Oh, dropping stuff here. Here's some more Delta Blues by Robert Petway. This is the Catfish Blues, Blues Standard.
Last night, I believe I'll take a stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. Take a stroll out west. Well, if I was a catfish swimming down in the deep blue sea, all you gals, baby, setting out on me, setting out on me, setting out on me. Well, I wrote a letter just to see my baby, who she thinking of? Little old thing, little old thing, little old thing, little old thing. Well, I went down to the church house, and I called on me to pray. Well, down on my knees, mama said, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say, not a word to say.
Robert Petway, there's some old Delta stuff. I believe he did that one back in the 40s. There's like one picture of him with a resonator wearing his fucking overalls and shit. And by the way, that song's on one of my albums here. This album right here, it's called Edward Phillips Plays the Country Blues. And you can find that link below in the Bandcamp link down there. It's available digitally and on CD. Need me another beer here. SD says, written by Laos. Frank says, your rendition of Catfish Blues is up there with Petway. Well, I appreciate that. Prop says, this would sound even better with mono audio. Yeah, I've actually got this mic set to a stereo pattern. Blues Rocker says, better than me, listen to the album version. Christy Bush says, woo! Nancy says, fantastic playing and singable. I appreciate that. Appreciate y'all's compliments there. Ron says, sick, appreciate it. Cosmic says, cool. Prop says, great song, Ed. Peace, man. All right, I'll catch you later, Props. Ron says, love the new release, Ed. Appreciate that, man. Blues Rocker says, show some of the new people your merch. I love that coffee cup. All right, I'll do that. Let me see here. I can pull it up. Go to the Etsy shop. I got an Etsy store where I sell merch. Well, never mind. Hang on. Well, technical difficulties. But link below, you know, you'll find some merch. I got t-shirts. I got a beer glass. I got the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass you can buy. So check that out. Just link below. Etsy store. Ron put in the chat there. Yeah, linked it. But yeah, I can't get to it right now. Technical problem. Christopher says, "Oh shit, this is the Black Bill Withers." Let's see. Mr. Dorian says, "You have an Etsy shop, dude." Yeah, down there in the description. Ron says they're great quality and they're designed by Ed. Yeah, I did the art on them. Blues Rocker says the recording quality on that acoustic album was up there with Zeppelin 3 production quality. Well, damn, thank you for that, man. I'm glad I did a good job on that one. I'm gonna drink some motherfucking beer, yeah. Oh. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna make an entire album where I sing like that, like that fucking early '90s, like yeah. Ron says a marked improvement over the last album in regards to production. Well, shit. It says Randy Savage sounded like that. He's like, oh, yeah. Oh, brother. One thing I hated about the 90s, I fucking love the 90s. I think they're the best decade outside of maybe the 60s, but I wasn't alive in the 60s. I did hate some of the vocals in the 90s. See, Christopher says, what's the wildest thing you've used to open a beer? I do it with a cigarette lighter sometimes, or the side of a table, things like that. Maury says, I'm heading to Kansas City Friday to hang out with my buddy Kerry Livgren from the band Kansas. He's retired, but maybe making a special appearance at the concert and play with them. They're playing in Bonner P. That's pretty cool. You know a guy from Kansas. Damn. I used to have a couple of their records. Kind of a, prog rock type of band. Bonner Springs. Okay. Guess that's in Kansas. Ron says the 90s kicked ass. Yeah, the 90s was fucking fun, man. Like every decade since the 90s has been like a blur to me. Like I don't have any concept of like chronology or time like since the 90s, because culturally like shit's like hasn't changed much since about 2005. Ron says, look at things today. Hard to believe it when it went downhill fast. Yeah. He says, I feel the same way. Yeah, the 90s was fucking awesome. I know some of yous might have been alive during the 60s. The 60s might have been better. I wasn't around, so I don't know. But to me, the 1990s, probably the best decade. Frank Morgendorfer says, how about an album with the same songs with an acoustic version on one side and an electric version on side B? I think that would work. 70s best films and records. Might could think about that. Yeah, I'm working on one right now. Christopher says, back when heroin was good. Yeah, right. I didn't do any, but I had friends who did some. Let me see here. I was doing like acid and shit. SD says, I'm channeling the spirit of New Orleans. Ron says, so glad you're on tonight. Having a shit day until this came on. I just had a boring day, like, pretty much. What do y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Ron says, I think being bored sometimes is a good thing. You know, yeah, I mean, it's like a neutral thing, like being bored. Mr. Dorian says, Ed, play some banjo. Okay, let me smoke this, I'll play some. My bluegrass banjo still ain't fixed yet, so I'll have to play some clawhammer on that old 100-year-old bastard I got back there. Christy Bush says, me too, Ron. SD says, Romney. You mean Mitt Romney? Christy says, great idea, banjo. Alright, let me... Where's it at? Still in tune, can't believe it. 100-year-old piece of shit, still in tune after last week. Let's see, Tony says, I spilled my rum. Alcohol abuse. Ron says, it allows your subconscious to work shit out when you're bored. SD says, that hair? Yeah, I just refuse to cut it. You know, I got kinky hair and I just won't cut it. Daryl says, where's your cigar box guitar? It's in disrepair right now. I got to fix it. Mr. Dorian says, I'm so pumped. Bueno says, hell yeah, from Brazil. What's up, man? All right, here we go. Well, before I play this song, I'm going to need a little Mountain Dew here. All right. I'll give y'all a choice. We got some store-bought Mountain Legacy corn whiskey from Sugarland Shine. I believe this comes from Gatlinburg. It's a little bit overproofed. It's about 60% alcohol, 120 proof. And I got some special, totally legal Carolina spring water here. So y'all tell me which one. Then we'll play some banjo. If it doesn't fall over, damn it. This thing won't stay put. So, yeah. Store-bought or good old Carolina spring water. Nancy says, I play a 1920s Bacon and Days Silver Bell 5-string banjo. Has a mute pedal on it. Weighs 8 million pounds. A mute pedal? That sounds crazy. Ron says, good idea. I can use some. Christy says, fly that freak flag, Ed. Ron says, drink from the jar. Okay. Ron says, as God intended. Frank Morgendorfer says, spring. Mr. Dorian says, Carolina. Let's see. Ron says, God. Christy says, jar. Steven says, spring. Tony says spring. Okay. Yeah. We'll do the homemade Carolina spring water here. Nice lady brought this to me at a gig, actually. And, with cops, like, standing 50 feet away. I was like, God damn it, I'm going to hide this in the truck, man. All right. Here we go. Some Carolina spring water out of the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass. Prost, Kimpai, Skull, Slancha, L'chaim, cheers. Down the hatch. All right. Could use a could use a capo on this one, actually. See if I can get to it. Damn it. Knocking stuff over. Very cluttered in here. Mr. Dorian sends me $1.99. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Let's get a capo on this thing. The special banjo capo. Oh, damn it. Might learn how to use it one day. Riveting material here. All right. Mountain Dew right there. That's the shit I grew up on there. Bluegrass and mountain music, stuff like that. Let me refresh everything here. Getting kind of glitchy on my computer here. My shitty old computer with Windows 7. There we go. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm gonna do some janitorial work here. This shitty computer. There we go, there we go. My old computer is a piece of shit running Windows 7 all day. You might even say it's an old dinosaur and it's probably fucking gay. Ron says, crush that tune, appreciate that. SD says, my Scoutmaster sang that in camp. Blues Rocker says, Hill Country Blues, haha. Might play some in a little bit. All right, SD says, nobody knew what he was talking about. George Ordway says, hi there, Christy. The main woods is not on fire, just my direct heat wood furnace. SD says, the original Ed. Blues Rocker says, ever check out Lincoln Durham? I have to look him up, actually. I really need to update my Windows. Still running Windows 7. Black Hole says, what the hell, Ed? I laid my phone down for 1 second and you start singing about dinosaurs? You know, just some improv lyrics there. Maury says, can you post your PayPal link? I'm sure somebody probably could do that for me. Yeah, I do have a PayPal you can throw donos to. You know, if you don't want to use the super chat. Ron says, I'm still in the 90s. I have a Hotmail account. Oh, shit. Now, I'm using Gmail these days. There we go. Ron put up the PayPal link there. Yeah, if y'all want to show me some love, like throw me a dono, I would love that. I guess I'll talk a little bit about the gig I did last weekend, last Saturday. I had 3 gigs that weekend, and 2 of them got canceled. But, I played in a town called Edgefield, South Carolina, a very small town. A lot of my family was from there. And we played at a block party. They basically had like a big party, like a festival or whatever, in the middle of downtown. And played on a stage, 90 degrees, full sun. Everybody's like decked out. I got a hat on and all that good stuff. And yeah, that was a hot one. My other guitar player in that band actually puked from heat stroke. but he's okay now. Blues Rocker says, how long is the longest you've grown out your hair? Probably about this long. It pretty much stays this long. I don't know why. Got weird hair. Ron sends me Canadian $6.99, says a fine show tonight. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that super chat, man. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Tony says, Johnny Cash when you can. Okay, I'll do that. Do some Folsom Prison. SD says, I like that slow breakdown. Used to have a record of all the Johnny Cash Sun recordings, and I lost it. I think somebody copped it. Ron says, I bet they did. George says, sorry, a Poliski show went later than normal due to a need for a full reset. Ron says, I lost a few albums that way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a few albums get copped. Like, let me borrow that, man. They never bring it back. George says, confirmed. Some in the PayPal tip jar. Yeah, I do have a PayPal. I did make a QR code for it, but I didn't put it on this computer, so I can't pull it up. SD says, pump that jump beat. Okay, let's see. Capo here. Actually, a video of me doing this live on the Patreon page. I did like a live acoustic show. I have been known to play acoustic every now and then, and yeah, I did an acoustic show a couple of weeks ago, and I filmed it. Got about 30 minutes of footage. I put that up on the Patreon page. I put one song from it on the regular channel. Ron says, I have one friend I can't lend anything to. Yeah, everybody's got one. SD says, play it like you mean it, son. Mari says, I just sent you a tip. You can buy a 6-pack of Guinness. All right, appreciate that very much, man. Thank you. Okay. Finger-picking version of Folsom Prison Blues.
I hear that train a-comin', it's rolling round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. Well, I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, time keeps dragging on, but them people keep moving on down to San Antonio. When I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. Well, I know there's rich folks eating fancy dining car. I know they're drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But them people keep a moving, and that's what tortures me. Yeah, they freed me from this prison, and that railroad train was mine. I bet you I'd move it on a little further down the line. Well, far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. And I'd let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away.
Blues Rocker says, ever try playing Folsom Prison with a playing card in the strings? That's how he did it. It's a dollar bill, actually. He did that on Walk the Line, a couple other songs, probably. Yeah, I did a video on that, actually. Kind of sounds like a snare drum when you weave a dollar bill into the strings. Christy says, Democrat white women right here. Democrat white women. Plano says, this is so good, man. I appreciate that. George Ordway says, I've had friends, if you borrow it from me, I never expect the return. Not even going to ask. Just go buy a new one, but never borrow to him again. We still get along, which is all good. Yeah, I got friends like that. Yeah, cop your shit. Christy says, that's right, George. SD says, Christy, my face, let's go. Ron says, hell yeah. Nancy Drum says, I love to jam with you. Wish you lived in New York State. Yeah, I mean, kind of cool up there, I think. I've never been to New York, but, you know, I mean, they do have a lot of countryside up there. I probably wouldn't want to live in New York City. Christy Bush says, SD, my pillow, that's where I'm headed. Heading out, Christy? Frank says, the great Johnny Cash, the same outlaw vibes as the Killer, Jerry Lee, and Robert Mitchum. George Ordway says, yeah, the fresh dollar bill. Leland Tore Down says, hey, Ed, what electric you playing tonight? Got the Lucille back there, the old hollow body. Let's see, SD says, I have 1 millimeter painting drape, 12 by 4. See if I can. Yep. It's the Lucille. Mr. Dorian says, hey, Ed, can you play Freight Train? Yeah. Some Piedmont type stuff. Elizabeth Cotton. Don't know the words, but... George says, any fresh dollar bills? I remember going through this before. No fresh ones that night. Nah, I ain't got no dollar bills on me. I actually take my wallet out of my pocket when I do these, because I don't like the way the guitar sits on my knee when I'm, that fucking wallet in my pocket. Blues Rocker says, get some Shake 'em on down on the electric. All right, we'll do that. Nancy says, I met Libby Cotton in 1974 when I played a concert with Leslie Riddle. She was living with her daughter in Syracuse, New York. She was friends with Mr. Riddle, and we played this and Cannonball. Shit. That is fucking crazy. I wish I'd met some of those damn people. I learned a lot of finger picking from Etta Baker. It's kind of like up the same alley as Elizabeth Cotton. A Cannonball Rag, like, hang on, no tuning, motherfucker. Let's do some let's do some damn some hill country style Shake 'em on down. Gotta retune this thing to do that. Capo. Need a capo. Oop, shit. Where's that slide at? Got to find my damn slide. Like, too cluttered in here. So, this here's kind of a northern Mississippi hill country style version of this. I'll shake 'em on down.
Nightcap mama, baby, and your gown, well, not before they were gonna shake 'em on down, well, now must I love. Too much of that to me, baby, through the week, well, save these chili peppers some more. Rainy day, well, now must I holler. supper, baby. Go to bed, well, this white lightning done gone to my head, well, I must holler. See, mama, baby, what you done done? Well, called me to love you now. Your man done come in now. What's that holler? They do something to me, baby. Don't know what it is, well, get me drunk of that old whiskey still, and I must holler. Oh, must I shake 'em on down?
Hill country style, shake 'em on down there. From northern Mississippi. Mr. Dorian says, Etta is legend. Yeah, I learned a lot of stuff from like her records. Etta James, she was from North Carolina. She was a Piedmont blues player. Blues Rocker says, lovely playing. Appreciate that. Oscar Paul says, bravissimo. SD says, Ed Van, tune yon, get fiddle. George Ordway says, letting the fire die out. It's getting hot in here. Up there in the woods of Maine. Got a fire burning there. Bueno says, oh, Gloria, let's go. Appreciate that. Jeffrey says, Ed, have you played Love in Vain tonight? Would you play it electric? I can try it. Okay. We'll try that. Ron says, fuck yeah. SD says, I feel sometimes I must. Blues Rocker says, shot. We'll do a shot in just a second. All right. Nancy Drum says, such phenomenal slide work, Ed. You're a national treasure. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much. Okay. We'll do a shot. We'll try some Love in Vain. Let's see what's on the table here. I got some Johnny Walker Red Scotch here. And I got a bottle of Beefeater London Gin. Y'all tell me, gin or Scotch. Put them votes in, and I'll go ahead and try to play Love in Vain. Got to tune this thing back to standard to play Robert Johnson. Let's see here. Blues Rocker says Scotch. Frank says Johnny Walker Scotch. Christy says, damn Ed, that's so fucking good. I must holler. I must shake him on down. Appreciate it. Bueno says, it's the man. There's no way. Christy says, Jenna. Ariel Carranza says, hello from Argentina. What's up? Martian says, Scotch. Looks like Scotch might win it. SD says, oh God. Nancy Drum says, yay, more Robert Johnson. Love it. I had lyrics for this one. Like, sometimes I forget the words. But I can't find them, you know. Sometimes I forget the lyrics for this one. Might have to just wing it. I know too much shit, and, and like my brain won't fucking hold it all. Okay, well, you know. Fuck it. Knock a little overdrive off of this one. Here, let's see.
Well, I followed her down to the station with my suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell, it's hard to tell. All your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train pulled up to the station, there was two lights on behind. Then when the train pulled up to the station, there was two lights on behind. Well, the blue light was my blue, and the red light was my mind. All my love's in vain. At the station, there were two lights on behind. Well, when the train left the station, there was two lights on behind. I was so lonesome, I was so lonesome, but I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. Willie Mae. All your love's in vain, all my love's in vain.
A little bit of Robert Johnson there, some Delta blues, covered by the Rolling Stones, of course. Blues Rocker says, sounds great on electric. Appreciate that. Jeffrey says, damn, that's great playing. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I appreciate it, man. First time I tried it on the electric. Blues Rockers leaves a PayPal link there. Yeah, I do take PayPal donos. Also take super chats. That money sign down there at the bottom of the chat. I would appreciate it if y'all showed me some love. You know, I'm kind of busking here. I don't put ads on these. Basically just doing donations. Throw a tip in the bucket. I would appreciate that a lot. George Ordway says, Molly Hatchet moves north. I do have a Molly Hatchet album down there somewhere. Ron says, smooth. Appreciate that. Christy says, this is so perfect, Ed. Thank you very much. SD says, Gothic merchandise on display. Christy says, exactly, Ron. Ron says, sounded great. Cool, cool. SD says, can't get it no closer. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate them compliments there. Oh, yeah, I got a shot to drink, don't I? Yeah. Let me see who won the vote. Let's see here. Looks like Scotch won that one. Didn't get a lot of votes, but I believe Scotch won. Okay. Nancy Drum says, love the feel of it. More upbeat than usual. Love how you made it your own. He asked for electric. I usually do it on the acoustic. So Ariel Carranza says, yeah, man, great. Appreciate that very much. George says, glad you got your voice back. Sounding great. Ron says, Scotch. We'll do some Johnny Walker Scotch here. Red Label, the cheap one. Ron says, I had to see a man about a horse. Did you get the horse? Here we go. Into the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. He says, that what I have right now. Talking about Johnny Walker. Okay, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. Slancha, right down the hatch. Blues Rocker says, I did love the guitar solo on Dreams I'll Never See, Molly Hatchet's cover. Dwayne Rowland wrote a great solo. Yeah, I kind of like Dreams I'll Never See, like by them, better than I do the Allman Brothers, actually. Because my dad liked that fucking version of it. It's one of the first songs he taught me on guitar, actually. I only know that first part of it, that bum 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 bum. How's it go? George says, man about a horse equals taking a whiz. I just call it taking care of some man business. Blues Rocker says, 5th fret, isn't it? That's the way I learned it, like way down there, on way down the neck. Ron says, laughing my ass off. You got it, George. How you, man? What did I do with that cigarette that I just had in my hand? SD says, I saw Molly Hatchet in the E Mountains. I saw the Allman Brothers. I've told this story a lot of times on the show. I saw them when I was 12 years old in 1996. I think 12, 13, something like that. And I had just seen like AC/DC a month before that. And so I wasn't a fan of the Allman Brothers after seeing AC/DC. I was on the floor with the Allman Brothers. They're like 15 rows back. Yes, D says, keep going. Ed's a one-man band. But yeah, this kind of old stuff, old blues from the 20s and 30s. Like, that's basically what those guys were. You're doing the fucking rhythm and the bass with your thumb, and you're doing the lead with your fingers. And it's kind of a one-man band type of thing. You're doing your own accompaniment. You're not just like strum-a-lum-a-dum-dumming, right? Like a lot of people do now on the acoustic. Blues Rocker says, I played on the 5th fret, A and D strings on that riff. You might be playing the octave. SD says, got nothing on you, baby. Anyways, y'all, what y'all got for me? Talk to me, folks. Blues Rocker says, I'm stoned. I haven't been stoned in a long time. I probably haven't smoked a joint in like 15 years. Never liked the shit, really. I likes alcohol. Oscar says, you like grunge, Ed? Yeah, I mean, grunge was pretty big when I was a kid. Like, it was, really popular when I first started watching MTV. I'm a big Nirvana fan. And I love the fact that my parents hated it. My boomer parents were like, that stuff sounds like shit. That don't sound like fucking Steely Dan. Right? SD says, join my cult, Bass 3, there's nothing more than this. Blues Rocker says, like any days of the new, they usually play Drop D. I'm not familiar with their stuff, really. Frank says, what did you think of the Scorsese doc, The Blues? Any docs you recommend? I did not see that one. I'd love to see it. But let me think here. Good documentary of In Search of Robert Johnson. Is that what it's called? That's a good one. I think back in the 80s or early 90s they made that. George says, any Thunderbirds? Nah, I don't know any. SD says, I get paranoid. Yeah, pot made me paranoid too. Christy says, do you play any Nirvana? I don't know the words, none, really. I can't sing as high as Kurt Cobain either. Ariel says, Lonnie Johnson, Another Night to Cry. That's not one I know. I'd have to look that one up. But Lonnie Johnson basically invented the guitar solo way back in the 20s, 30s. Like, basically invented the modern guitar solo. Christy says, I get, Randy. SD says, then I have to drink 2 County. How do you say that? County. Blues Rocker says there's a band that came out in the 90s called Morphine. They're a 3-piece band: slide, bass player, sax, and drummer. That sounds interesting. Dorian says, can you play Spike Driver Blues? That's not one I know. I'd have to learn that one. Ron says, not sure what he means. Like the drink that SD is talking about? George says, link to them, please. Blues Rocker says, all different kinds of music. Hit or miss, but some of their music is badass. So the first half of the 90s, I was into that stuff. Late 90s when I got into high school. I started high school in 1997. The music that came out then, I fucking hated. I fucking hated Limp Bizkit. I hated Kid Rock. I hated Creed. And at that point, I just stopped listening to the radio and started hearing punk and stuff like that. And, I was kind of into old psychedelic records anyway. Blues, like early 90s, awesome. Late 90s, musically, kind of sucked. George Ordway says, Tom Petty. I'm retired from Tom Petty. Rocker says, Jethro Tull, your vocals sound great on Thick as a Brick. Okay. Well, I can do some Jethro Tull. I never knew lyrics to Tom Petty anyway. Like, I had other people singing it when I did it. She's a good girl, crazy about Elvis. Okay, welcome to the Ed Phillips prog rock juke joint.
Really don't mind if you sit this one out. My words but a whisper, you definitely say shout. I may make you feel, but I can't make you think. Your sperm's in the gutter, your love's in the sink. So you ride yourselves over the fields, and your wise men don't know how it feels. Whoops. You make all your animal deals. Be thick as a brick. And the sandcastle virtues are all swept away. The tidal destruction, the moral belay. The elastic retreat brings the close of play. As the last wave uncovers the newfangled way. But your new shoes are worn at the heels, and your suntan rapidly peels. And your wise men don't know how it feels to be thick as a brick. Spin me back down the years and the days of my youth. Draw the lace and black curtains and shut out the whole truth. Spin me down the long ages, let them sing the song.
Ron says, good time to quit, Ed. Let me see. George says, stink. Okay. He says, early Tom Petty was different. SD says, I'm hitting the fucking wall. Peter Buis says, sounded real good tonight, Ed, as always. Appreciate that very much, man. Christy says, oh, so good to me, Ed. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Blues Rocker says, Jethro Tull, best metal band. Right, yeah, they won the fucking Grammy for best metal band over Metallica. in the late 80s when Metallica came out with And Justice for All. Ron says, cool. I've got the album that won the Grammy, actually, the best metal album. It is not a metal album. It's just like an 80s prog rock album. Frank says, Ed's Prog Grotto. You're right, yeah. Welcome to Ed's Prog Rock Coffee Shop here. Next, we're going to do a little King Crimson. Blues Rocker says, Tom Petty sang through his nose. Sounded great on his classic tunes, but don't expect Ed to want to throw his vocals out. It's his bread and butter. George says, AC/DC riffs in you. Maybe in a little bit. Might play some. Frank says, got any Hawkwind? Okay, Hawkwind was like Lemmy Kilmister's first band. They were called space rock, basically, the genre there. They had one big hit, and Lemmy Kilmister sang it, and I don't know any. Ron says prog rock coffee shop, right? Yeah, I knew some prog rock guys back in the day, and they were like, hey, let's go down to the coffee shop and hang out, man. Mark says, Tom Petty did a song called Asshole I really like. Has a line that says the cigarettes were smoking by themselves. Mari says, love your blues, but your Tull kicks ass. Appreciate that. Yeah, big fan of Jethro Tull. Like, probably the only progressive rock band I like, and outside of like some Rush stuff and some King Crimson. Frank says, a Silver Machine, easy to play. Okay, yeah, that was the big hit by Hawkwind that Lemmy sang, right. Blues Rocker says, do you like any of the Dio Sabbath albums? No, I kind of like Dio singing Dio. I'm more of an Aussie guy with Sabbath. Give me a beer here. Blues Rocker says, love to hear some Cream. You sound great on that too. Might do some Cream in just a minute. All right. Cream, one of my favorite rock bands. SD says Carmelita. He's talking about G.G. Allen there. Might sing that in a minute. Oscar Paul says, now that you have a beer, I must ask. ... Blues Rocker says, be right back, rolling a couple smokes. All right, smoke them if you got them. George says, what was the Christian rock band that Ronnie James Dio started with? Rainbow? I don't think Rainbow was Christian. I've heard of him. My dad liked him a lot. I think he saw him a few times. Yeah, it was called Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. It had Richie Blackmore in the band. If it was a Christian rock band, my dad probably wouldn't have liked them very much. But. But Carmelita SD, yeah, I mean, Gigi Allen, I'll do it if somebody gives me a super chat. Like, I was a big Gigi Allen fan back in the punk days. George says, oh, the music was great. Christy says, Striper. Oh, Jesus, no. I actually got kicked out of a band one time because of Christianity. Like, I was starting a cover band, right? Or, you know, getting a band together, like teaching them songs like Cat Scratch Fever and all that kind of stuff. And they got together one day and decided we're going to be a Christian rock band and play in church and stuff. I was like, okay, I'm out. Bye. Yeah, Ed is not down with the Christian rock. Yeah, fucking Striper. Yeah, Christy says the Christian band. Yeah, they used to throw Bibles out to the fucking audience and all that stuff. YouTuber says, I'm back, Ed. Back for more. What's up, man? How you doing there? He says, hey, Ed, I saw Leonard Skinner last weekend. It was cool. I mean, I like everybody in the whole band is dead, but you know, they got Ricky Medlock from Blackfoot and stuff. He's pretty good. Artemis Pyle's still alive, but he don't play with him, I don't think. He says Johnny and Ricky. Yeah, Johnny Van Zant. Is Artemis Pyle back with him? Never got to see him, but you know. Ron says they're a cover band. I bet they sound pretty damn good. It's just you know, all the members are dead and stuff, and you know, a couple of related people in there, like Johnny Van Zant. He was Ronnie's brother. Chrissy says, great choice, Ron. Oscar says, HMS R&R. Blues Rocker says, Johnny Van Zant isn't Leonard Skinner. YouTuber says, anyways, it was cool. I bet it sounded good. My dad saw Leonard Skinner like way back in the 70s when it was the original people, and he said, that's one of the best sounding live bands I ever saw, he told me. YouTuber says, Artemis not with him. YouTuber says, Johnny Van Zant is Skinner 100%. He says, that's Ronnie's brother. Ron says, yeah, it's his brother, right. And I believe Ronnie Van Zant like wrote most of the music. Mr. Dorian says, just ate some weed gummies. I bet he's about to be fucked up. my roadie, who passed away a couple of years ago, came to my house one day, and out of his fucking mind, like just completely like zoinked. He's like, hey man, you know. I was like, what's wrong with you, man? And he's like, I just ate some damn weed. Things are strong. Blues Rocker says Ricky Medlock played drums on some early demos. I didn't know that. YouTuber says your dad said one of the best sounding bands live. He was right. Yeah, he said that. Yeah, he said they sounded good back then. And you know, in the 70s, it was kind of the Stone Age, and live sound like wasn't like it is today. So if they sounded good back then, they probably sounded fucking good. YouTuber says OG Pops. Ron says good liquor, carry me down, please. All right, we'll do that. Do some blues here. YouTuber says Ricky Medlock did drums and guitar and wrote songs on Skinner's film. The album was Shell Fed. I did not know that. I didn't know Ricky Medlock played with Leonard Skinner back in the day. They were from Jacksonville, so they probably knew each other. Ricky's a Leonard Skinner OG. I did not know that.
Well, I know a little girl, about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I just keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. To the doctor with my head in my hands. The doctor said, Big Bill, I think I'll have to give you a monkey glance. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
That's a Big Bill Brunsey right there. Song he played with a band back in the 40s. He was playing piano on that one originally. So, like jump blues. Christy says, play me out, Ed. Good night, gentlemen. Best music, chat, and coolest people. All right, see you later, Christy. You have a good one. YouTuber says, really good picking. Sounds cool, man. Appreciate that a lot. Blues Rocker says, love you, Christy. Sleep tight. Ron says, take it easy. Let's see. George Ordway says, I saw Skinner's return live at the Texan pool party at the MTV spring break. I was already a fan. Dang, he nailed his brother's voice. That must have been way back when Leonard Skinner was on MTV. Damn. Christy says, good night, Ron. Have fun. Mr. Dorian says, know any Jimmy Rogers tunes? Yeah, I can do that. Blues Rocker says, ever play any Fats Domino? I used to do Blueberry Hill with a band, but I don't know the words to it. See, Jimmy Rogers, though, I can probably play some.
I found my thrill on Blueberry Hill.
Jimmy Rogers, let's see here. T for Texas, T for Tennessee. Well, T for Texas, T for Tennessee, and T for Thelma, that girl that made a wreck out
of me. If you don't want me, mama, well, you sure don't have to stall. If you don't want me, mama, you sure don't have to stall. I can get more pussy than a passenger train can haul. Gonna buy me a shotgun with a big, long, shiny bell. Gonna buy me a shotgun with a big, long, shiny bell. And shoot that rounder that stole away my gal. Rather drink muddy water, sleep in a hollow log. Gonna drink muddy water, sleep in a hollow log. And be in Atlanta, being treated like a dirty dog. Buy me a shotgun just as long as I'm tall. Gonna buy me a shotgun as long as I'm tall. I'm gonna shoot poor Thelma just to see her jump and fall.
No, I cannot yodel. Yeah, Jimmy Rogers, basically a fucking blues singer. You know, he was a white guy who yodeled, but he basically played Mississippi blues. Blues Rocker says, I have any gigs coming up? Not this weekend. But let me see. I got one October 4th. Mr. Dorian says, do the yodel. I can't yodel. SD says, this and that Lord. YouTuber says, do you know the song Jerry Reed in the Sack? That's not one I know. Jerry Reed, real good guitar picker there. Blues Rocker says, SRV and Cream would be cool. I'll do you some SRV, all right. And Mr. Dorian says, I can't yodel either. That shit is so hard. YouTuber says, hey, Ed, what was the last song you played by Big Bill Brunsey? It's called Good Liquor Carry Me Down. Blues Rocker says, ever hear that tune, Hell Yeah, called Alcohol and Ass? I've never heard that one. All right, here we go. Do some SRV on the electric. Get the right pick here. Losing my picks.
Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love that I had. Now I see her out somewhere, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a train. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go away. the day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go back. So sad. Man, I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Shows your appreciation by walking out anyway. Oh, that's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go back. So sad. All right, a little bit of Billy Ray Vaughan Cyrus there. Cut this air back on. I never have a Stratocaster in here like I should to play Stevie Ray Vaughan, because I like the arch top guitars like that for playing fucking finger style guitar. Can't really finger pick on a damn Stratocaster. Cat Traveler says, I feel like traveling on. Listen to that. You talking about Bill Monroe? I feel like I gotta travel on. SD says crosstown traffic. If I can remember it, I might do that in a minute. Yak Fishing says, Jerry was one of the best telly players ever. Talking about Jerry Reed. SD says, such a short time. Ron says, SRV just tipped his hat to you. Appreciate that. Mr. Dorian says, hell yeah, that was awesome. Taylor says, bite it, you scum. Talking about some G.G. Allen. I might do some GG if somebody super chats me and stuff. Like, the YouTuber says, hey Ed, I met Godfather Papa Shango last week. Talking about the wrestler shit. Yeah, I remember him. like when he put a curse on the Ultimate Warrior and shit. Yeah. That's pretty damn cool. Andres Morales says, hey man, love your covers. I appreciate that very much. YouTuber says, yeah, remember that curse. Yeah. I remember that back in the day. Like, he was like some kind of voodoo priest, and he put a curse on the Ultimate Warrior. Back when wrestling was still kind of good. He says, good times, man. Right, yeah.
wrestling back in the day. George Ordway says Jesus just left Chicago. ZZ Top said might do that in a little bit. All right. Smoke me a cigarette right here. But Jesus just left Chicago. Like, don't really know the words. Like, I played it with a few bands. I never sang it though. Ron says, not myself tonight. How's that? SD says, let's talk. What y'all got for me? He says, Ron, new Chronic. He says, women problems. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty common in men, women problems. I've had a lot of those in my life. Let's see. We got here Blues Rocker $5 says, fine playing tonight. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for showing me some love here. Mr. Dorian says, know any Papa Charlie Jackson? I've had to learn some of his stuff. SD says, not rushing my homes. What is that in your picture there, Blues Rock? That's a Les Paul, ain't it? Yeah. Ron says, hell, let's do a shot. All right, we'll do that. Alrighty, what do we got here? Okay, we got some Jameson's Irish whiskey, or we got some bourbon from Wild Turkey, Kentucky bourbon. Y'all tell me, bourbon or Irish? Andres Morales says, play Crossroads Blues. Might play that in a minute. All right. Mr. Dorian says, bourbon. Southern Comfort says, Vaucluse in the house. Hope you're doing good, Ed. Yeah, I was down at the Vaucluse post office the other day, like looking for my lost package. And they told me, like, well, we don't have packages here. Like, you got to go to the Aiken post office. Ron says bourbon. Yeah, that one-room post office. Go in there and look at the bulletin board that has all those veteran pictures on there. Somebody put a picture of Benedict Arnold on the fucking bulletin board. And I told the woman, like, you might want to look up Benedict Arnold. I think somebody was playing a joke on you. YouTuber says bourbon. SD says, so what if he was R&R guitar player? Southern Comfort says, I have a P.O. box in Vaucluse. I need to get one of those so somebody can send me bullshit. Yeah, tiny one-room post office. Building's about probably 120 years old. George Ordway says, that's funny. Most wanted. Get them votes in, y'all. Bourbon or Irish? We got a few votes for bourbon. A couple of votes for bourbon. I don't see no Irish on here. 3 votes for bourbon. SD says, we love this. I'd hit RL. Andreas says bourbon. Frank says Irish. Mr. Dorian says I'm saying bourbon again, but I'm in Kentucky, so kind of have to. Alrighty, we'll do some bourbon. Out of the patented Ed Phillips glass. Blues Rockers also says bourbon. Some wild turkey bourbon here. Alrighty. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Slantia, Prost, Skull, Nesdrovia. Here we go. Andre says shot of bourbon, then jam out. Love it, man. Alright. Let's do some Crossroad blues. Frank says Chuck D. Ron says cheers. They have a capo. Now, kids, when you put a capo on your guitar, remember to retune it. Got to find my slide.
Crossroads, lay down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, lay down on my knees. And the Lord above, I'm a sinner. Say, poor Bob, if you please. I went to the crossroads. I tried to pack it right. I went to the crossroads. I tried to pack it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. I went to the crossroads, I looked east and west. I didn't have no sweet woman, babe. Yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body's sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy with the ground. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy with the brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down.
Crossroads Blues, Robert Johnson right there, some Delta blues. Blues Rocker says, you haven't showed your merch one time. People are going to have whiskey with no Ed Phillips shot glass. Yeah, I can't get to it right now. I have some technical problems. Sporty Otter says, hi, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. George says, remember the ZZ Top set, Jesus Left Chicago? I don't really know that one. Don't know the words to it. Used to play it in a couple of bands. See, Blues Rocker says, no Port Island Blues. That's not one I know. SD says, all only knees, son. Mr. Dorian says, great classic tune. Ron says, hell yeah. Mr. Dorian says, never get tired of that shit. Let's do a little ZZ Top here. Blues Rocker says, that wood is in that Morgan Monroe, in that Morgan guitar. What wood is in that Morgan guitar? Probably spruce and maybe mahogany back and sides, I'd imagine. Alrighty. Sporty says, Edward, you have on the shirt that matches my jumpsuit. Still have to show you that. You got like a Western style jumpsuit. That's pretty cool. Ron says, heavy vocals, Ed. Yeah, trying not to throw my fucking voice out. That goddamn Dusty Hill, he's a little bit too high for me. SD says, I seriously hadn't been looking for this, but Cuco Bueno. I'm gonna turn the air conditioner back on in this bitch. Mr. Dorian says, that is a shirt. I appreciate that. Yes, just a damn, Western style shirt. Had to wear it in a band several years back. And I've been in fucking bands where I had to dress like a fucking theater usher, you know, wearing like a black velvet vest and a white shirt and a tie and stuff like that. And you know, on the stage like the entire time, like, please fucking kill me, please, please. I would like to get laid tonight. Like, do I have to dress like a fucking, you know, dumbass? Sporty says, mine doesn't have the red piping down the front like yours. Yours is better. It's a nice shirt. Mr. Dorian says, how many bands have you been in, Ed? I couldn't even tell you. I haven't counted. YouTuber says, Ed, do you like Jelly Roll? Talking about like Jelly Roll Morton, one of the early jazz guys. He has some good stuff. Yeah. Like very close to ragtime, like ragtime piano and shit like that. Yeah, one of the inventors of jazz music. Mr. Dorian says Jelly Roll Morton is awesome. Yeah, dude, he was really cool. YouTuber says no, the new Jelly Roll. I think I've heard my sister like play some of his stuff. I'm not too familiar with it. I couldn't give you an opinion on him. Sporty Otter says Jelly Roll had fingers on fire. Blues Rocker says need to sell some Ed Phillips condoms. I bet people wouldn't see that coming. Haha. Yeah. They'd be too big for most people. The YouTuber says he lost weight. See, I'm not too familiar with the guy, like the modern Jelly Roll guy. YouTuber says he's obese. Yes, it's like as far as modern music, I don't know anybody after about 1996, except maybe the White Stripes and like a couple of like obscure metal bands and punk bands and stuff like that. Like anybody today, like I have no idea. My sister saw a guy called The Weeknd a few weeks ago. You know, he's apparently pretty big now. SD says, Ed, do your R&R exercise. Blues Rocker says, no condom is too big for me. I just use rubber bands to hold them on. YouTuber says, today's music sucks. Yeah. Pretty much does. It's all fake. I mean, the fucking Weeknd guy can sing pretty good. She showed me some of the videos, and he wasn't lip syncing either. Mr. Dorian says, see, I'm with Ed on this one. I think of old ass shit like Jelly Roll Morton when some folks bring up new artists. Right. YouTuber says he's okay. Said he's better than Drake. I don't know who Drake is. Sporty says, isn't The Weeknd an ex-Diddy pal? I might be wrong because I'm not up on the youngins. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. I fucking hated Diddy back in the day when he was big in the 90s. So, old Poof Daddy, like Poof Diddy or whatever the fuck they called him back then. Puff Daddy, yeah. YouTuber says he's gay too. Didn't know that. Sporty says Diddy is a pissant on humanity. Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I saw Jimmy Page up on stage with Puff Daddy, back in about 99 or so, I think, maybe. YouTuber says Tupac was better. Yeah, Tupac was cool. Yeah, like me some fucking Pac. Sporty says, yeah, Tupac was a street poet too. Bonus, Tupac was gifted. My fucking daughter actually went to a music festival in Louisville, Kentucky. like last weekend and saw Cypress Hill. A good rap band from the early 90s. Insane in the membrane. But like most of the bands there were like these kind of new metal type bands like Static X and stuff like that. Cannibal Corpse was there. That's pretty cool. YouTuber says they love weed. Yeah, Cypress Hill. Yeah. Smoke so much weed that I look like on the Zigzag cover. The Blues Rocker says never going to lift you up, never going to let you down. They're talking about some damn Rick rolling there. This is Rick Astley. Ron says I did back in the day. Mr. Dorian says also Kentucky represent. Even though Louisville is a Yankee city. YouTuber says high times. Yep. That's Cypress Hill. Man, this is some good weed. Yeah, they had a big festival like up in Louisville. Mostly like modern metal bands that I'm not really into, but they did have Cannibal Corpse there. Marilyn Manson was there. Bruce Dickinson was there. Accept was there. That fucking German cock rock band, Accept. My dad liked them. Sporty Otter says, of course he plays funk. Ed can play anything. I mean, don't know any funk like lyrically, but I've had to play like Brick House 5,000 times in my life. YouTuber says balls to the wall, right? Accept. Mr. Dorian says, was this louder than life? That's correct. Yeah. Like a 4-day festival. They Accept like had this song my dad played all the time. It was called like London Leather Boys Come Together. Blues Rocker says Superstition was a funk tune, wasn't it? Right? Yeah. A lot of bands play that one. Ron says a House of Pain, Jump Around. That was a rap, wasn't it? I liked Eazy-E. I liked fucking NWA. I liked Public Enemy. Like, some of them 90s guys. Sporty says very superstitious. YouTuber says the Leather Boys. Ron says, yeah, kind of like Cypress Hill. Oh, okay. YouTuber says, hey, Ed, you know who I don't like? Who would that be? Sporty says, I like George Clinton. Blues Rocker says, London Leather Boys was a tune about gay addicts. Sounds like it was. He says, Rob Halford, he hates Judas Priest. No, that fucking Judas Priest is good. Shit. Like, damn, Screaming for Vengeance. That's a good fucking album. Mr. Dorian says, what about 80s? Like some Beastie Boys. Yeah, the Beastie Boys were still big in the 90s. Yeah, I was into their stuff a little bit. YouTuber says, I don't know, man. Judas is gay. Yeah, Rob Halford is very gay. But I do have a lot of respect for Rob Halford because he tricked my fucking homophobic redneck dad and his redneck friends, to go see a gay leather daddy with a whip, pay to see him live, So 3 cheers to Rob Halford. Back in the day, like, they used to be like, that fucking Judas Priest, they fucking awesome, man. Ain't no way that motherfucker's gay. Let's see. Sporty says Judas Priest is classic greatness. Stained Class was a great album. Jesus, how old are you, and how does that hurt your life? Blues Rocker says Papa Smurf Halford. YouTuber says all the Judas Priest fans wear tight leather clothes. Yeah, that's probably true. YouTuber says turns out he was gay. Yeah. He kind of made it obvious, but people didn't catch on to it in the 80s for some reason. I mean, he was wearing a fucking leather daddy suit with a leather hat and, you know, like studs, and had the fucking whip and shit. Sporty says, more courage to be a gay metal star than the gay bash and alive for sure. Mr. Dorian says, laughing my ass off. Ron says, LOL. And Ron says, wow, Sporty never quits. That was funny. Like, he tricked my fucking redneck father and all his redneck buddies into paying to go see him in Augusta, Georgia, Rob Halford. Like, no, there ain't no way he's no fucking queer, goddammit. Ron says, that is hilarious. Appreciate it. YouTuber says, what did your dad say when everyone found out? He was like, well, you know, he might be a queer and all, but he, you know, he's still pretty good. And damn it. Mr. Dorian says, that's so fucking awesome. He used to hand out buttons like that said Rob Halford whipped me. I got whipped by Rob Halford. But I do think that Screaming for Vengeance is a really great album. He says, Rob Halford whipped me buttons too. Yeah, right, yeah. Mr. Dorian says, I need that, holy fuck. Ron says, I always liked them. They had this song called Dissident Aggressor I always liked. Like real heavy song for the time. Probably late 70s. But yeah, my daughter got to see, what's his name? Bruce Dickinson at the festival the other day. Singer for Iron Maiden. She probably had no idea who he was. Blues Rocker says, Les Binks was one hell of a drummer. Blues Rocker says, as was Simon Phillips. Blues Rocker says Judas Priest drummers. Oh, okay, like all I know is like KK Downing and Rob and then like a YouTuber says, hey Ed, what that was hilarious. Appreciate it. He says I'm still laughing. Ron says, what's coming up for you? I might be making a trip to the Delta in October to shoot some film and hang out and see some stuff I didn't see last time I was there. Might show y'all some stuff that's not marked on the Blues Trail, like show y'all the spot where Robert Johnson got poisoned and things like that. That might be mid-October if I go out there. He says, oh yeah, that'll be cool. Mr. Dorian says, sorry, I had to chug water. I'm so stoned from those gummies, my mouth is so dry. YouTuber says, you're going to Mississippi. Yeah, might be in the middle of October. Might film some more obscure places that aren't marked, on the Blues Trail and stuff. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey brother, I made it in. How were your gigs? I did a gig last week at my local bar. It's a very Beatles-inspired place. All kinds of cool memorabilia there. I did a blues set. That's cool as hell. Last gig didn't go so well. My other guitar player in this one band I'm in puked from heat exhaustion. because we had to stand in the fucking full sun for like 4 hours. But you know, we made it through. Blues Rocker says, I hope you make some cover tune videos while you're there. Might do that. Sporty says, right on. Sebastian George says, Dealer's Choice set, might do some in a second. All right. Mr. Dorian says, play some murder ballads on the banjo for October. Might learn some. Ron says, good to see you, Sebastian. Mr. Dorian says, OMG, play Doc Boggs. If I had the lyrics to Old Death, like I might could sing that one. All right. Let's do a song here. Ron sends me a Canadian $6.99, says, boom, boom, please. All right, we'll do that. Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, I would appreciate that a lot. Like, throw me some love in the fucking PayPal tip bucket or the super chat tip bucket, that $sign down there at the bottom of the chat there. And Mr. Dorian sends me $1.99. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to see you switch and talk that talk, that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey. Blues Rocker says it's cool seeing you play outside. I bet the scenery would be perfect. You know, the weather's about to get like where I can play some outside videos and stuff. I played outside last Saturday. That was lame as hell. Fucking like sun beaming down on us. Yeah, my guitar player got heat stroke. My other guitar player, I mean. They did have like some sexy pirates there. Like they had the fucking the waitresses and stuff like dressed up as pirates. That was kind of cool. But other than that, fucking miserable. Ron says that live video you posted was cool. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's on Patreon. Like I posted like one song from it on the main channel, but Patreon's got the whole half-hour video. Mr. Dorian says groovy as fuck. Ron says your vocals are great on that one. Appreciate that. Taylor says, I just dropped 4 grams of shrooms going to see what these space aliens are talking about. Hey, shrooms are cool. I've done quite a few in my time, like back in the day. Ron leaves a link to the Patreon. Got exclusive content on there. Y'all check that out. Christy Bush says, wow, what a way to wake back up. So she's back in the house. Ron says, boom, boom, or the shrooms. Mr. Dorian says, Ed, what's the best way to learn Piedmont blues style guitar picking? It's always intimidated me as an old-time banjo player. It's kind of hard to say, but I learned how to do that kind of stuff when I was a teenager, like the thumb picking and stuff like that. It just takes a lot of practice, like a lot of coordination. Probably do the fucking thumb part first, get that down, right? Kind of get that part down, like start throwing some lead in there with your index finger. Yeah, just do the thumb first. Yeah, that fucking last gig, like I had like 3 drinks and couldn't drink anymore. Couldn't drink no more beer. Like it was so hot, like I was gonna puke myself. 90 something degrees, full sun, 3 or 4 hours. Dorian says, love that ragtimey groove. He says, yeah, dude, the coordination is super hard. Yeah, it's like syncopation, Ron says, that sucks, man. Yeah, talking about the gig I had the other day. The venue's actually like really cool. Like they had us outside, but the venue's like awesome. I used to drink there all the time. It's like a bar where they have like every liquor you could ever imagine, and they play like 1920s like prohibition music on the stereo and stuff. Blues Rocker says, sometimes when I feel like I'm going down the toilet, I have to remind myself that I'm living the pipe dream. But yeah, Edgefield, South Carolina. Tiny town that like 10 governors of South Carolina have come from. And about half of my family comes from there. Got a big statue of Strom Thurmond in the middle of town. Taylor Langley says, the last time I tripped, I had to deal with the police while trying to keep a handle on reality because a Karen said my guitar was too loud. Oh, God, yeah. Talk about a fucking nightmare, like tripping and having to talk to the fucking cops. I'm glad that never happened to me. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yeah, trying to act normal on acid and mushrooms and stuff. That's fun. Like trying to talk to these people like, hey, my name is Hunter Thompson. I am a journalist. Mr. Dorian says, laughing my ass off, acid got me feeling like a crackhead. That shit'll like leave you fucking strung out for about 2 days. YouTuber says, bring out the good stuff. Talking about that song on my record from last year. Taylor says, that's not good acid then. Strong stuff. YouTuber says, heck yeah. He says, shot. Okay. How's about a shot, y'all? Blues Rocker says, Mr. Dorian is about to eat his skull. YouTuber says, I'm taking one, sorry. You don't have to take one, Ed. Well, if people want one, you know. What for these goddamn bats? Mr. Dorian says, hell yeah. What are you drinking there, YouTuber? What y'all got for me? Come on, talk to me, people here. Just about every gig I've had, like over the summer, has been outside, like fucking 95 degrees. I hate that shit too. Like to play indoors myself. Rooms like tend to sound better. Outside kind of sounds dry. Blues Rocker says, when are you going to bring in those women off the streets and let them sing harmony and dance for us? They've probably got to pay them. But I'll play a couple here. clean this guitar up a little bit. Out of tune.
Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Well, that long black train got the baby gone. Train, coming around the bend. Train, coming around the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again. Train, coming down the line. Well, it took my baby, well, she's mine, all mine. Train, coming on down the line. Train, coming on down the line. Well, it's bringing my baby, well, she's mine, all mine. Mine, oh mine, mine, oh mine, mine, oh mine. I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Don't come here running, holding out your hand. Got me a woman like you got your man. Now she's gone, and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me, she went away. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world.
Some Mississippi Sheiks right there. Turn my air conditioner back on. It's what says Mr. Dorian, me too, but it's instant. Mr. Dorian says, hey, we all have our priorities. And Dorian says, I love Doc Watson's version of this. Is what says dancing on top of the world. I kind of base mine on Doc Watson. And Dorian says, and the Mississippi Sheiks. Yeah, they wrote it. He says, that was awesome, dude. Appreciate that. Is what says Doc Watson anything. Anyways, it's what says sounded great, man. Appreciate that. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. Y'all kind of talk amongst yourselves, I guess. Mr. Dorian says, love Doc Watson's banjo picking too. I don't think I ever saw him play a banjo. I bet he could play one. Yes, what says, you do sound fucking amazing. Appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you too, man. Glad for showing up. Glad for you. God damn it, can't talk. Glad you showed up to the show. All right, be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. We just sitting here stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking. It's what says go get stoned. I don't smoke it no more. Like I smoked about 15 years ago, like my last joint that I smoked. Blues Rocker says crawling king snake. I can probably do that. All right. Ron says, crispy picking, brother. Appreciate that a lot. Blues Rocker says, would love some electric slide blues. All right. Oh, let's see. Crawling king snake. Have you for my friend? You know you see me crawling in the grass so very high. You know you see me crawling until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Around my maid, won't have you for my friend. You see me crawling in the grass so very high. You know you see me crawling until the day I die. Well, I'm a crawling king snake, and I rules my den. Don't want you hanging around my maid, won't have you for my friend. Forgot to turn the background music off. Sorry about that. Let's see. Mr. Dorian sends me a $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like showing me some love, just go down to the dollar sign at the bottom of the chat there. Throw a tip in the tip bucket. Turn my air conditioner back on. Blues Rocker says, killing it tonight, Ed. I appreciate that. It's what says, North Carolina. I love that festival. Everyone was in lawn chairs like a theater. Saw Doc once at Merle Fest back in the day. Okay, yeah. Those fucking old bluegrass festivals. They'd have a big tent and people would show up like with lawn chairs. Yeah, like with their own chairs and stuff, and like reserve a spot. I used to go to them bluegrass festivals when I was younger. Like me and my dad used to go to them and shit. Mari says, I've been awesome listening to you, Ed. See you next time. Gotta get going. All right, see you later, Mari. You have a good one. Mr. Dorian says, I agree. So like a proper bluegrass festival, you got a big tent. You got about like 400 or 500 like really old people like sitting in lawn chairs. And like if you go to one, like you will be the youngest one there. But the fucking bluegrass festivals back in the day, like when Bill Monroe and Ralph Stanley and all them people were alive, like those were fucking cool. Like they're kind of hipstery now, like got a bunch of hipster bands and shit. Blues Rocker says, have you tried playing originals live because your music is good enough to be played live? Yeah, I tried to show the band a couple and I didn't like the results, and so I didn't do none. Kind of hung up on them playing it like I played it on the record. But like most places, that have like live music these days, like kind of suck anyway. You're not going to sell no records at no places like that. Most people at places now in bars and stuff are mostly hung up on watching football on the fucking 15 TV screens they have hung up on the wall these days. The fucking music's kind of like peanuts on the table. I don't even bring copies to records to most gigs. No use. Just like got a bunch of assholes like who were watching football and stuff. Live music, like the whole scene has kind of changed. Like back in the 1970s, people like went to bars to see live bands, and you could smoke in bars and get drunk and not get a DUI on the way home. And it's kind of different now. Like the kinds of people who like live music don't really go to bars now. I don't, unless they're paying me to be there. I can go to a bar, watch football and hear Nickelback and pay $5 for a beer, or I can sit here and drink beer for pretty cheap and listen to music I like weird fucked up stuff. And so the equation is imbalanced, right? Blues Rocker says, rent a huge venue, you're on a mission from God. Right. But we talked about renting a theater one time and doing a blues show like in a local theater. Rent's pretty big though. Got 19 motherfuckers left in here. 20. But anyway, talk to me, folks. What y'all got? Blues Rocker says local radio would be a great way to advertise. Yeah, I mean, I had songs on local radio like 25 years ago. They don't really do that no more. I mean, yeah, I mean, like advertising, yeah, probably you could do that, yeah. Just cost you a fucking arm and a leg. But, you know, I just kind of play what I want, and people still pay me to play in these bars. And of course, you know, you mostly got crowds in these places that want to hear fucking like, play fucking Brown Eyed Girl, play fucking Tom Petty, play fucking Margaritaville, right? Mr. Dorian says, I've been busking a lot. That used to be fun back in the day. I used to busk a little bit. I'm busking right now, kind of. Blues Rocker says, call them and ask who to talk about getting a song played. Look, radio stations these days are all controlled by, you know, giant corporations, and they play like playlists they get from corporate headquarters. Dorian says they have a website called Street Jelly where you can busk online. I never tried it though. Yeah, that's basically what I'm doing here. Like, you know, just playing for super chats and PayPal tips and stuff like that. I mean, you want to make any fucking like money on music these days? Like, go digital, get on the internet, like do streaming. You know, sell records online. Like that's what I've found out. Blues Rocker says, who wrote Crow Jane? I do not know. I believe that's like a kind of a traditional song, and nobody knows who wrote it. Really old song, probably over 100 years old. Me a beer here. Alrighty, Blues Rocker says, great tune. Let's try the lighter trick here. God damn it. There we go. Yeah. Cigarette lighter. Right in the fucking floor. I'll be a son of a bitch. Let's try to get it in the glass. Well, I saved half of it. God damn. George says, yep, I've never yelped for my request. I would tip and ask a request. Blues Rocker says, it's 60 Fahrenheit outside and I'm running the AC. Humidity's hard on me. I wish it was 60 Fahrenheit here. Jesus. It was like 90 degrees today. Still hot as fuck here. Ron says, sorry guys, gotta go. Well, I'll see you later, Ron. You have a good one, man. See you next week, hopefully. Want to do a parting shot? He says, take it easy, man. He says, yes, please. All right, we'll do a shot. What we got here? We got some Jameson's Irish whiskey, and we got some totally legal Carolina spring water. Y'all tell me, spring water or Irish? Blues Rocker says, place has to have a booze odor by now. Yeah, pretty much. if you're keeping track, like last week, somebody paid me $10 to do the fucking Stone Cold Steve Austin thing, you know, where you smash 2 beers and do that. And yeah, I got beer all over me, like pumpkin flavored beer. Ron says Jameson's. Sebastian says, have a good one, Ron. Hope all is good. Cheers, brother. Blues Rocker says Irish. Let's go ahead and do the Irish. Ron says, that was the best thing I've seen in a while. It was awesome. I'll do it again. $10 in a super chat. I'll do the fucking Steve Austin, like, right? Fuck my nice Western shirt up, you know. Yeah, it smells like booze and cigarettes in here. Kind of like it that way, actually. It's like, you know, like if you fucking hate people like I do, like if you're not like a social person, it's kind of cool to like have something about you that's not repulsive, but like a little off-putting. Like you chain smoke constantly, say fuck constantly, like just kind of, you know, keeps people from like wanting to bother you too much, right? He says Ed doesn't do things halfway, full send or nothing. That's right. All right, here we go. Cheers, Kim Pie, Slantia, L'chaim, Skull, Prost, right down the hatch. Blues Rocker says, your wife will smell like that shirt, and she'll say, you're washing this one. Yeah, right. Ron says, cheers, and you have a good one, Ron. Hope to see you next week, Wednesday at 8:30. It probably will be Wednesday next week. Like last week I did Tuesday. Played your ass off, brother. Appreciate that very much. Let me see. Let me see if I can find this, like what I did last week. Might take me a second. Got to do some typing. I can't type worth a shit. All right, yeah. Let me pull it up on the fucking screen here. Oh, damn it, I can't pull it up. Well, anyway, yeah, sorry, can't get to it. Technical difficulties. It's like going to the chat screen. Yep. Oh, there it is. There it is. $10 super chat. Like, I'll do this for y'all again, like I did last week.
You know, even up last night taking that stunner, you gotta love this guy. Stone Cold Steve Austin, he is the man. Well, the cast of Tough Enough is over here giving themselves a beer bath.
Got to work on his hand. He wouldn't have been a good receiver.
Cool shit. Let me see that again.
You know, even up last night taking that stunner, you got to love this guy. Stone Cold Steve Austin, he is the man.
Well, the cast of Tough Enough is over here giving themselves a beer bath.
All right. Yeah, rearrange my stuff here. Right. George says, I'm thinking about going back to coffee. Thinking about getting some Irish cream for the sweetener. That might work. Ron says, Windows 7's killing you tonight. Yeah, right. Yeah, my outdated computer here. With my degree in computer science and a fucking 15-year-old, like, outdated computer. Blues Rocker says, what was your high school sweetheart like? I had two of them. Like, not at the same time. But they were both, like, kind of gothy and stuff. Blues Rocker says, I have a feeling Ron isn't going anywhere just yet. Who knows? He might stick around. I don't know. I might stick around till like 1:30 maybe, possibly. Slow night. We got 21 motherfuckers in here right now. George says, Ed, any Jimi Hendrix left in you? Maybe a world, maybe with a history lesson. I can do some Hendrix, all right. Foxy lady. I see you down on the scene, yeah. Foxy. You make me wanna get up and scream. Foxy.
Here I come, baby. Coming up. Get your Bugsy lady. You look so good. Ooh, Bugsy lady.
Blues Rocker says, do you do better doing these on the weekend or hump day? You know, about the same. No difference, really. Iron Man, yeah. Fucking heavy metal on the damn Lucille here. Blues Rocker says, getting glitchy. All right, I'll refresh it. Just give me 1 second. Sebastian says, a sounding mint, brother. Appreciate that. Let me bring up the chat in a separate window here. Sebastian says, I'm yet to invest in a semi-hollow body. Seems like they deliver a thicker tone compared to a solid body. They do, but they feed back a lot. I love them personally. George Ordway says, great blues rocker, AC/DC, maybe TNT is what. Says, you take Cash App. You can probably find me on there, like Edward Phillips on there. TNT, I think I know the words for that one. Let's see. Let me clean this guitar up a little bit. Can't sing like him, but I'll attempt it.
TV screen, and for all that I can get, don't you know what I mean? Women to the left of me, women to the right. Ain't got no gun, ain't got no knife. Don't you start no fight, 'cause I'm TNT, dynamite. I'm TNT. The fight, baby, TNT. I'm a power load, yeah, TNT. Watch me explode. Pretty mean, mighty uncool. I'm a wanted man, public enemy, number one. Understand. Lock up your daughters, lock up your wives, run from the back door, run for your life. The man is back in town. Don't you fuck me around, 'cause I'm TNT, dynamite, baby, TNT. I win the fight, TNT. I'm a power load, yeah, TNT. Watch me
vocals aren't working with me on that one, but.
When I'm ever upper class, high society, God's gift to ballroom notoriety. And I always fill my ballroom, the event is never small. Social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. I've got big balls, I've got big balls. They're such big balls, dainty big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them all. Some balls are held for charity and some for fancy dress. When they're held for pleasure, they're the balls that I like best. My balls are always bouncing to the left and to the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night. I've got big balls, oh I've got big balls. They're such big balls, dainty big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. We've got the biggest balls of them all.
Can't sing that fucking Bon Scott stuff no more. Getting old. Fucking vocal range is going down. It's what says, I don't see you on there. I wanted to send a tip. Shit, I don't think I have a picture on there. Like, I wish I could tell you the name, but I don't know it. Like on Cash App. George says, that riff is what says, PayPal sucks. Don't own it. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. I was singing along. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker leaves a link to the Patreon there. Yep, got some exclusive stuff on Patreon if y'all want to join that. George says, great. Jindy. Mark says, a dirty mean, mighty unclean. That line always cracks me up. That was an old TV ad for spray that had the same line. I'm guessing Bond stole it. Look up Mortine Louis the Fly. And Mark is from Australia. So he probably saw that ad. And I believe they got Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap from some kind of Australian comic too. Blues Rocker says, if you're having trouble with YouTube or don't use PayPal, here's the Patreon. Yeah, Patreon, good place to go. Just put a half-hour acoustic gig up on there. George says, damn, I was in grade school and laughed my ass off when I heard Big Balls the first time. Yeah, that was on the Dirty Deeds record. Got that record somewhere here below me under this desk here. Smoke me a cigarette. Uh-oh. Look at this. Fucking lighter quit working. Where's my cigar? Yeah, cigar lighter here. Yeah. It's a good old butane crack lighter. This thing will work. Alright. George says, thanks for going there. I do prefer Bon Scott AC/DC. You know, when I saw AC/DC, of course, in the 90s, it was Brian Johnson. He's a great guy. Like me some old AC/DC, though. Blues Rocker says, have to go for the evening. Take good care. And thank you for the entertainment. I'll see you later, Blues Rocker. You have a good one, man. Great having you on here. Sebastian says, I feel like Back in Black was their best because they may have combined some writings of Bon Scott with Brian's new elements combined with the Young brothers all working together. I mean, Back in Black probably is like their Sgt. Pepper, like as far as, like being their biggest selling, good sounding masterpiece. It's definitely the best sounding record they had. Me, I kind of got that punk sensibility. I'm kind of more into like the old crappy sounding stuff. That was one of the best produced albums ever. Like Back in Black, like one of the best sounding records. It's kind of up there with fucking the Black Album by Metallica and stuff. Sebastian says, although they have since denied the rumors, I still wonder if Bon had some input there. He might have wrote some of that stuff. I don't know. Don't really know the history. But just remember seeing Malcolm Young playing a fucking white falcon, like a Gretsch white falcon, on the video. I was like, God damn, they got that in a fucking metal band? Like, shit. Sebastian says Brian's rhymes were more quick and direct, where Bon could space it out a bit more. Yeah. Did Bon and Brian like write most of the lyrics? I'm not sure. And it makes sense, let the singer write the fucking lyrics. So I'll tell the story again, like I've told it like a bunch of times on the channel. I saw them in 1996. I was about 12 or 13 years old. They were on the Ball Breaker tour for the Ball Breaker album. They had a big building, like a styrofoam building built on the stage. They took a wrecking ball and knocked the building down. They came out and the first song they played was Back in Black. And they were all like 5'2" probably. They're all short guys. Let's see. Sebastian says I went with him. It was him and the Youngs that wrote all the stuff until his death. And then it was Johnson, Young, and Young doing the right. Oh, okay. So yeah, Johnson probably wrote the lyrics and stuff. And George says Jesse, after Bon passed, Brian filled in great. Yes, the album was being produced when Bon passed. Let me search my history for the video. And I believe George Young produced the album Back in Black. No, it was Mutt Lange. I'm sorry. Yeah, Mutt Lange did that one. George Young did their early stuff. But one of Mutt Lange's better productions, actually. Like, he actually showed some restraint on that one. Like, unlike with Def Leppard and shit. Sebastian says Brian wrote stuff with them from 1980 to 1988. Then he says he let them become the main songwriters. Oh, okay. Yeah. Did not know that history there. Then they did For Those About to Rock album 1 year after Back in Black, which in my opinion had such a darker tone to it that it was almost gothic. I love the darker approach they took for that one. And that was a Mutt Lange record too. That was Mutt Lange's best stuff, like as a producer, like the AC stuff, like Highway to Hell and all that. George says, I think this is it. Let me see. That is not Bond singing there. That's some 80s in there. I could not hear for like 3 days after that concert. That was the loudest concert I've ever seen in my life, outside of a couple of punk shows in small buildings. Sebastian says, then Mutt Lange parted ways with him. They did the Flick of the Switch album, which got lesser reviews due to its dry production sound. I believe they did Fly on the Wall about that time too, probably. Mutt Lange could get good sounds out of people in the studio, but after AC/DC, he fucking overproduced everybody. He did that Def Leppard bullshit, you know. Bryan Adams. Fact of you know, like Mutt Lange's work with AC/DC was probably the only good work he ever did. After that, like, he was a fucking horrible man. he gave us Shania Twain, and I think he did some Britney Spears stuff. But he showed like just enough restraint with AC/DC to let them just, you know, be the band that they should have been, and, you know, didn't fuck with them too much and put a bunch of synthesizers and all that crap in there. Sebastian says, I often wonder where they would have went from 1983 to 1990 with Mutt Lange helping them out. I don't know. Like bad producers like actually have a good track record with AC/DC. Old Rick Rubin did Razor's Edge. That was an awesome record, and he fucking sucked as a producer, in my opinion. George Ordway says, new technology destroyed music, pretty much did. Sebastian says, I discovered over the summer when I was working on my album that they used an Eventide harmonizer to achieve the drum sound on Back in Black. It created a slight pull on the snare. Yeah, I didn't know that either. Like, big snare sound on that record, like just like a fucking cannon. Yeah, wish I could get that fucking sound. They only set the harmonizer gently to pull that slight pull. Yeah, I need to look into that. Okay, Eventide harmonizer. I mean, the fucking drums on Back in Black were like, just like, you know, rock solid. The Eventide H910. Cool. Wonder what kind of snare they used. Was that like a fucking Black Beauty or something like that? Like a damn Ludwig. Kind of sounds like it was tuned pretty low. Sebastian says, I wonder how loud Bonham would have sounded with that. Oh God, yeah. John Bonham got kicked out of bands in the 60s for playing too loud, and then Led Zeppelin picked him up. They were like, oh, we love that shit. He played a Superphonic or something like that, like a Ludwig snare. Bear's Den says probably a Tama Bell Brass. I've never known what kind of drums Phil Rudd played. Sebastian says articles say he used a sonar snare, but it could have been a Gretsch COB snare. Oh, okay, yeah, the old Gretsch drums, like they started making those again. Actually, they fucking quit making them for a while. Mainly played sonar drums. Okay, didn't know that. Shit. You ever heard about like Angus Young? Like his guitar sound was kind of influenced by that wireless unit he used. He was one of the first people to use wireless guitar units back in the 70s, and apparently the one he picked out like had a little extra distortion in there, and it kind of influenced his sound. Like it added some distortion to his sound. "17 people. He says, yes, the Schaefer Vega wireless unit. And I've seen him, like, old 70s shit. George says, what album did Led Zeppelin mic a house and put Bonzo in the stairwell? That was on Led Zeppelin 4. That was on When the Levee Breaks. Yeah, that fucking wireless unit that Angus had, like, was so big, like he had it in that schoolboy pouch, like on his side there. Sebastian says the same fellow who made that for him teamed up with a guy a few years back, and they made a pedal that apparently emulates it pretty close to Solo Dallas Storm. I have to check that out myself. Was Angus playing through a Plexi or a JMP? George says, please do When the Levee Breaks. All right, might do that in a minute. Might do that like a parting song. What Marshall were the AC/DC guys playing through? Like a Plexi or JMP? He started using it on Power Age throughout. Or a JTM, I'm sorry. I got the letters wrong. I read that he was using a JTM 45, but JCM 800, I think, from 1979 on. Okay, yeah. Why did I say JMP? All right, Levy, let's do it. I used an Andy Timmons distortion, lightly set in unison with my Marshall DSL 40. It made the amp sound way bigger, almost like a JCM 800 on my album Tracking for the Guitar. That sounds pretty cool. That's the Marshall I got, a DSL. Sounds pretty fucking good. Good amp.
Keeps on raining, levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. Look at him, mama, now what am I to do? Well, look at him, mama, now what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that one away. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. I worked on that levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. I had a woman, maybe she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, maybe she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. Mean old levee, baby, taught me to weep and moan. But a mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home. When the Levee Breaks, the fucking OG version by Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy. He says, "Great job, man. Appreciate that." Yeah, I bought me a fucking Tonex, like a fake amp, and I used it in my last gig. Sounded pretty fucking good. Like it's got like a fake Princeton on there and a Plexi on there, and like sounds just like the original amps. Just plugged it into the fucking PA system. I didn't have to carry an amp around. You know, kind of silly for a guy like me who's like I'm into authenticity, man. But the thing sounded fucking good. Took me a month to get it from the post office. Just a pedal that big, and it's got amps like built into it. But how about we do a parting shot here? Jameson's Irish Whiskey or Wild Turkey Bourbon? Y'all tell me, bourbon or Irish? George says, a temp check, warm here, 54 Fahrenheit. I am jealous of you, Mr. George Ordway. I wish it was 54 here now. It's fucking hot as fuck in September. Sebastian says, I'll have to look into one of those. They have all PAs around here, but frown if they see a Marshall come in through the door. Yeah. The people used to look at me pretty funny when I bring in a Marshall half stack. Yeah. I mean, it kind of saves you some back pain, like taking just a pedal that big. George says Maine Woods. Sebastian says stealthy way to bring in the tone. Haha. Yeah. And the Tonex by Amplitude it's fucking like AI based and sounds just like a real amp. Some places if you got a good PA, like you're kind of at the mercy of the PA when you use that thing. Like some places still have to bring a fucking amp. Still like my goddamn Marshall half stack though. Kind of depends on the venue. Like might bring that fake amp to some places, might bring my damn real amp. But
yeah, people these days, it's kind of the way things are going. Like there's fucking some clubs now, like in Nashville and stuff, like that ban like having amps on stage. Get them votes in, y'all. Irish or bourbon, y'all tell me. George says, when was electric accepted? Ooh, maybe by the 1940s, like, you know, had some electric stuff, like mainstream records had electric guitar on them. Sebastian says, I had ordered a Joe Walsh analog alien pedal from Sweetwater a few years back, and it was a process at the post office, to say the least. Yeah, I wish people would like send stuff by UPS and instead of the post office. Like the fucking post office is like extremely incompetent. Took me a month to get my damn pedal. Had to go down there 5 times to fucking get it. Bears Den says Irish. Sebastian says I ended up paying quite a bit due to customs. I kind of had that problem too. My pedal came from the Dominican Republic. We got 1 vote for Irish. Irish or bourbon, y'all tell me. I've heard Canadian customs can be quite bad too. Only 1 vote. 1 vote for Irish. Probably smoke this cigarette, take a shot for the road, and we'll probably get out of here. George Ordway says Irish. Okay, 2 votes for Irish. People's allowed to vote and won't even vote. God damn. Guess we'll do a shot of fucking Jameson's Irish whiskey here. Kind of glitchy too on my camera. Sebastian says, when I play locally, I bring my Fender Mustang 3. It's a solid state with presets of the different amps and pretty loud considering. I played through a Mustang before. Yeah, those are pretty good amps. George says, Tull to end, Loco? Maybe. I'd probably just play the Batman thing. He says it's about 40 pounds compared to the Marshall. That's almost 90 pounds, right? Yeah. Fucking hate wheeling that fucking half stack out to places. All right, here we go. L'chaim, cheers, Kim Pie, Prost, salud. Drink up there, ye guy. And with the Marshall being tube, it saves risking a fall that could break a tube. He says, cheers, brother. Yeah, fucking solid state amp. Like, you can throw that thing off the back of a truck and it'll be fine. George says, please, locomotive to Batman. Okay, we'll do that. Let me smoke this cigarette here. Yeah, so some guy like last week said, I got a Fender Mustang. I was like, oh, cool, I got one of those too. But I thought he was talking about a Fender Mustang guitar. I got one from the fucking 60s. It's actually the same one Kurt Cobain had. And that he was talking about the amp. But I have played through a Fender Mustang amp. Those are really cool. I played through them, yeah. Got the effects on there and stuff. But you know, my reasoning with the Marshall, like bringing that out to places, it, you know, when you show up to a place with a Marshall half stack, like people kind of know you mean business, right? You're not fucking around. Got the 100-watt Marshall DSL with the Mesa cabinet. All right, we'll do locomotive breath for George Ordway. Down to 14 motherfuckers. Some Jethro Tull there. Sebastian says, yeah, the Marshalls are the best. It was like a whole new universe when I got mine compared to the Princeton I was running before. Now Princeton has its place. Fender Princeton amps like sound really fucking awesome if you're like a clean type of guy, like playing clean music. But you know, if you want to rock, you gotta have a Marshall. George says, when I became a studio engineer, my first job was to fix the synclavier. He says, fantastic, thank you. You had to work on the fucking synthesizer and stuff? You know, like one time I got to play through a 1966 Princeton, like a guy had, like at a gig. That was a sweet fucking amp. You know, not good for rocking out, but good for playing clean stuff. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. Appreciate that very much. About to check out here. If you're fucking tired of that Princeton, I'll take it. Mail it to me. I fucking love me a fucking Fender Princeton. He says, the old Princeton I have, the cab itself is original 1965, but they switched all the inside pieces to solid state 1990s parts. Oh, okay. Yeah, they ruined it. They burnt it. Shit. Like a real Princeton, they have this fucking weird like low end to them. It's got like a real big bass end for some reason. Like when you hit that top string, like you can kind of feel that bass in there. Sebastian says it was tough to get the thickness out of it that the Marshall achieves. Right, yeah. And like a true Marshall is kind of like a mid-rangey kind of amp, like most British type stuff, like very mid-rangey. The old British, like back in the 60s, like they were big on mid-range, like in their music and stuff. George says, not a synth, real music loops that were played on a keyboard. Kind of like a Mellotron, I guess. He says, although the guy who I got it from was the roadie for the band April Wine from Nova Scotia back in the 70s. It sat in the attic for years. He claimed that they used it for to amp all their songs. Shit. That's cool. Damn. Is it blackface or a silver? George says a yes, but digital. Okay, kind of like a Mellotron. But, yeah, about that time, y'all. Once Sebastian tells me if his amp was a Silverface or Blackface. And Silverface, okay. Yeah. I got a Silverface Champ down at the old house there. I got to fix it. Got to put a fucking transformer in it. Getting kind of glitchy on my computer here. But, all right. Let's get the fuck out of here. He says, Ed, next next amp I invest in would be probably a Vox AC30. Personally, like I played through Voxes, I never liked them. Like myself, like I don't know, you know, good kind of clean amp, but not much of a rocker type of amp. George says, Ed, next time let's talk about the Mellotron and sing clavier. All right. Frank says, thanks, Ed. Always have fun. Always fun. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? Sebastian says, another awesome night of chat and tunes, brother. We'll catch you next show. I sent you the pictures of the inside of my local bar, all the Beatles stuff there. Oh, cool. I'd have to check that out. All right. I never checked my Facebook enough. Have to see that maybe sometime this evening or tomorrow. You know me, I'm a big fucking Beatles fan. But all right. I will see y'all next time. Probably same bat time, same bat channel. Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we'll call it right here. See y'all later.